scientific on the track.
Many fantasies are being transformed into reality by modern science.
Tick pick on the track.
Many fantasies are being transformed into reality by modern science.
What is going on with you, everybody? What's up? I hope, let me make sure everybody can hear me. Just as we're getting started, if we can get a sound check in the building, let me see the ones and the twos coming through. And if you can see me, if you can hear me, let me know before we get started. Let me just see the thumbs in the chat. Let me see the thumbs in the chat. Yeah. Let me see the ones in the chat. Let me see the thumbs in the chat. If you can hear me, let me know. 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 Yes, sir. As you guys get settled in, just let me know if the sound is okay. We got all these notifications going through, obstructing my view. And I don't like it. As y'all is coming in, let me know if the ones are in the hands are in the chat. Let me know. Let me know. Slow start. Everything just moving slow for me today. Everything. I think I'm coming through all right, but let me know. I don't understand why people are sending me notifications why they know I'm live. Like, all communication in the chat. Again, as they're coming in, I'm just chilling out for a bit. I'm sipping this tea. Blessings, 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 and more blessings. Let me know if y'all can hear me. I just need a thumbs up in the chat, and then we are good to go. Y'all can hear me. If you see my lips moving and you don't hear me, let me know. Thumbs up, thumbs down. You know what I mean? Let me know. Thumbs up. Can y'all hear me? It's a bit choppy. Yeah, I might be getting some internet connection, just interference. Let me see if all right, we're trying to work through this here. All right, we gonna proceed to give you what you need. I don't even know how I feel about this topic tonight, but let me just get situated. Let me get situated with y'all right quick. And how's everybody doing? How's the day? How was the day? Let me know in the chat. Talk back to me a little bit. We got the brothers in the building. We got Hassan. We got Rashid in the building. Our brothers, much love to y'all. Salute to y'all. Glad everybody's doing well. How was your day? I'm glad y'all made it through. Don't worry, we're gonna start with prayer. We're gonna start with a bit of prayer because I was trying to search my soul tonight to see how I feel about this, and you know, the more I reveled in the topic as we getting through, and hold on, I'm gonna bring the volume down on this track in the back. Yeah, so you know, as I was mulling over this topic tonight, it really got to me because of the magnitude of it. And you know, if there's a panel and we go to discussing certain things, then you know, all I can say is to God be the glory. But most importantly, I'm glad you all are here. I'm glad you all are safe. We on this side, we're not just about the content alone. We're not about just feeding your mind or feeding your ears, but we're about feeding your soul. And so I want to make sure that as we go forward and as we go through, that we are doing what is necessary. And I use the word necessary because there's a lot of things that go out into the society that we are in, and it doesn't necessarily feed our soul as it ought to. And so I want to be intentional. I want to be focused. I want to be driven on that. And I will not yield on it. No matter what, I will not yield on it. So I really am grateful for those who are in the building so far. If you haven't hit the like button, hit the like button. Share the link with somebody. And you know what? Without further ado, let us pray. Lord God, Father, we want to thank you for bringing us through another day, another week in this year of 2025. Lord God, many political climates are changing, social climates are rearranging, but Lord, we have a constant hope in you. We have a constant faith in you to keep us even when we can't keep ourselves. Lord God, we want to give you thanks and we want to give you praise for your greatness and for your glory upon our life. Lord, we want to thank you for your shadows of mercy and grace that continues to cover us and wash us and forgive us of our sins, known and unknown. Lord, we want to thank you tonight because we know that in the midst of this conversation, we know and we believe that hope that we will find a place of healing, that maybe even we will be provoked to think deeper on these topics. And God, as we go forward tonight, for those that will join in the chat, I pray that they'll be blessed. For those that will join on the panel, I pray that they will be enlightened and stirred to conversate. My God, stirred to share, stirred to ask questions. God, above all things, get the glory out of this podcast, get the glory out of this stream, and touch every single supporter of this live stream and of this platform. That as we move forward, they would know that we're not just here for our own fame. We're here to effect a change. In your name we pray. In Jesus' name we say, amen and amen. Salute to everybody coming in the building. I am, if you've never been here before, if this is your first time, to those that are listening on Spotify, to those that are listening on Apple Podcasts, to those that are in the YouTube streets, we salute you, we appreciate you, we welcome you, and we are thankful for your life. As usual, we definitely want to make sure, and you know what the funny thing is? we definitely want to thank God for everybody. Blessings, brother. Brother Sandra sent us the email, so we're going to make sure that we get him that shout out. That is much necessary to our platform, that we support our brothers and our sisters. And again, to all the women that show support to this channel, all 33% of y'all, thank you so much for being here. And we're glad that this could be a safe place where, as much as it is not the common courtesy to hear everything from, or hear topics talked about from, a man's position, but we're glad that you decided to come over here, and we hope that you would be kind enough to share, love, and support this channel as we grow. And we are glad, and we are glad, and we are glad. As we go forward, I am Conrad. I am your host, and this is the Real podcast, where we are real people having real conversations about real things. If you don't know where to find us outside of YouTube, we are on TikTok, we are on Threads, we are on Instagram, we are on Twitter, also known as X, we are on Facebook. And you guess what? And we have a secondary channel called The Real Clips on YouTube. And guess what? It's very easy to find us. You can locate us at The Real _SCE. That's at DAREALREEL _SCE. And if you want to drop us an email, maybe you want us to react to something in the future, maybe you want to ask us a question, maybe you want to request prayer, maybe just maybe you want to request a topic that we have not discussed as yet, and it is on your heart. We want you to know that we are here for you, and so we want to do this. If you feel to email us, you can email us at therealreal.sce@gmail.com, and we'll be changing that very soon to go to our official company email. And we want to give God thanks for the companies that support, and not just support, but they are the true sponsors of this show. And you can find both of them on Instagram at Omega Event Rentals and Shand & Co. Enterprises. If it wasn't for those two specific companies, we wouldn't be who we are here, trying to do the work that we are doing. So make sure you follow them. And if you're in the Toronto, Ontario, Canada area, and you need an events company to house, whether it's a birthday, wedding, special event, office event, and especially come the summertime when the weather is going to be oh so nice, definitely look up Omega Event Rentals, and they will be able to house your events. Whether you're inside or outside, let them know. And if they aren't available, they definitely have the tools and the expertise necessary to make sure your event comes to fruition. We are here to help you live your dreams. I like that. I like that. If you are a content creator, we want to make sure that you use Opus Clip. Opus Clip is a AI generated platform which can take your long form content and break it down into short form content and repurpose it to your major destinations that you will be using, whether it be Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, etc. And you definitely want to get the pro account because it has a lot of different perks that we utilize and will be utilizing much more going forward. And in the next streams to come, we definitely want you to be supportive. So if you're looking to get into that, we will have the link to drop to everybody, and definitely go out and get that moving for yourself, because the world needs more content creators that are God-led, God-driven, with a heart after people and seeing them do better, even if, and it doesn't matter what your niche is. And some people might say, hey, this is dragged out, this is drawn out. But listen, if we had listened to the people that told us that, hey, the real, hey, brothers, the ideas you got, everybody's talking about them, everybody don't like these no more. It's not about liking them. It's about whether we are able to affect a change in this day and time. And so we want to make sure that we are able to do that. And you know what? I'm glad for where we are at this point. And again, as we go forward. We're going to be joining some of our brothers tomorrow. I'm not sure how the day is going to go, but we are supposed to be having prayer tomorrow night. It looks like we're going to be on schedule for that, an hour of prayer. And we're going to be going through that. And we definitely, if you can be a part of that, make sure. If you can't, it'll be it'll be recorded as well and be able to be replayed on YouTube and other platforms. And so without further ado, y'all know it me. Y'all know me. We got to get into one of my favorite segments here. And what do we call it? What do we call it? What do we call it? I need some help. I need.
One hitter quitter, TKO you.
It is time for the one hitter quitter. And y'all, because we get into such deep thoughts so much times regarding the topics and everything like that, it can be a little, I don't want to say difficult, but it can be a little different getting into how do I put this? It can be different getting into some of these nuanced topics. Hold on, let me drop down. Let's drop down some graphics because we got too much realness in your face right now. We want to give you a chance to see what's going on. What's going on? What's going on? There we go. All right. This segment is rated R. Realism, real talk, real vibes, real personality. Not suitable for the faint at heart. So, you know what? I'm going to make myself a little bit smaller because I don't want y'all to lose the essence of this right now. Actually, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Nope. Yeah, whatever. We'll go with this. We'll go with this for now. I usually don't. I usually don't do this. Y'all know this. It's usually smaller, especially if you have a panel up here. But it's all right. We are okay. All right. So, in case y'all missed this week, Kendra G. She is I don't want to say a dating coach, but we'll say a dating personality on YouTube. And she has her own show. And in this week, one of her shows, or over the last 2 weeks, what I say is, it was known, a gentleman came on her show and he, began to tell who he is, where he came from, what he does for a living. And she got to the part where she said, "Do you have any kids?" Now, I applaud this brother for being completely honest, and as he should. I mean, he got kids. You know what I mean? There ain't no shame in that. You got kids. You've had them out of wedlock, and it is what it is. But my problem with that is, and I'm sorry, I'm just trying to get a little position on this right now, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, there we go. My situation on it is not so much the fact that he has kids, it's what happened as she went into that. And he went into, or she asked him, so tell me a little bit about yourself, and tell me a little bit about the aspect of having kids. And I really wish the brother might have thought twice about it, but either way, he went on to tell his story about how he came to have kids and whatnot. Sorry guys, I'm experiencing a little difficulties here and I'm not understanding why. A little bit of freezing in my life. There we go. All right. So yeah, he went on to explain how he got them kids, and it would usually be normal when you say man and woman came together and boom. Bruh. But that was not the case. In this situation, he went on further to say that the woman that he was interacting with, as he was a former winemaker, she actually kept feeding him more wine and more wine and more wine. And she was like, drink more, drink more, drink more. Red flag instantly. And I'm sitting there looking at this situation and I'm like, nah, it can't be going where we're going. And sure enough, it does. And the brother says, it might be coming in hot and it might cause you to be choppy. Okay. Okay. I think so. You know what? Give me 1 second here because I think what is happening as I remember the settings. Yep. My mic is hot. My mic is hot. All right. As thank you for that, brother. As we go along, and I think it's kind of leveled out a little bit more. Let me know if it's still causing that same chopping, that sound. And if it is, I can still shouldn't be because I brought it down some. I'm bring it down a little bit more just so I can feel safe about that. All right. So this brother went on and he was explaining everything that was going on. And as he was explaining this situation, he went on to say that he, as a former winemaker and having his own wine, he made it a rule never get, drunk on his own supply. But this night he had this lady over and she got him drunk to the point where he could not resist her or flee from her when she locked her legs around his midsection, around his waist. And as he was about to climax and did climax, she was telling him, you gonna have my baby or you're gonna make me pregnant. As he went through this, Kendra G started making up her face and doing all type of madness. And she, long story short, went on to say that basically what happened to him is completely his fault. Now, I can understand what she was trying to say. However, that she failed miserably. And this is one thing we got to be careful with as content creators. And I hope that if the Real platform ever makes it big and we're, worldwide and, all that good stuff, I hope we never get to the place, and I would ask everybody to hold me accountable. Never let me get to the place where I think my opinion of somebody's story is more than enough to disqualify the fact of the person who actually went through and the story belongs to. You can't do that. Now, we could make a tit for tat argument that, okay, well, what about those who bring up these arguments of SA against young men in colleges, workplace, and it's not true? Should we just blindly believe them and take everything they say? No, I'm not saying that. What I am saying is there is due process, but there are situations that men have never talked about until now. And so in this generation where the aspect of being an SA victim is such a still hot topic, I would think that there would be some grace for men, especially if a man is coming out to say that himself and to tell his story and say, man, I should have known better. I never should have had my alcohol as a former winemaker in a place in my house where it was easily accessible by anybody, especially while I'm inebriated. So said, so done, and this is a sad situation, but it's even more sad for her as a woman because honestly, she should be able to understand where he's coming from and understand that, yeah, again, as a woman, you can go to a party, you can drink, and here's the fact. It doesn't matter what you decide to do. You should never be in a position that when you say no, even if you can't fully articulate or have the wherewithal to depict the situation, date, and time, you should never be in a situation where you're taken advantage of because somebody wants you to do something that you aren't comfortable with doing at that time, regardless of who you are, especially if you're not especially as a man. Okay, especially as a man. You get what I'm saying? So people, or Kendra G, you done. I gotta give you lighten the head on that one. You weren't thinking at all. You weren't thinking at all. Not one bit. Now, if y'all not paying attention to what's going on as this time and date, we are in a state and time where everybody who's single, everybody, their grandma. Hold on, I gotta drink my tea. Hold on. And we Jamaican background, so we only slurp tea if it's really, really hot and we really, really like it, or it has a bitter taste called bitter bush. But so Vivica A. Fox came out probably about 3-4 months ago, 5 months ago. I probably want to even say this might have been towards sometime in the last winter. When I say winter, I mean like beginning of it, where she was talking about literally being ready at 60 to settle down and looking for a husband as she taking applications. Oh Lord have mercy. Y'all ain't never heard me going like this, and yet y'all this is about to be an issue right here. So amongst doing that and everybody trying to come for her and crack their jokes at her, which I'm not gonna lie, I would too. You're 60 and now you're ready to be taking applications. Okay. Yeah. Yes, Dan. Applications. She done went away. Salute to you, brother. She done went away and caught a whole BBL. Now hold on, let me break myself out so y'all can see what I'm seeing. I don't know if y'all can see that. BBL Betty. BBL Vicky, more like it. Yeah, that's not a good look. That is not a good look at all. I'm not. I'm judging. At 60, you don't have no. I don't care who you are. I don't care how much money you have. I don't care how much working out you can do. Like we know personally. First of all, you ain't got no business at 60 going to get that BBL. Your body ain't built for that, and she gonna find that out. She's gonna find that out. I work for a private medical clinic. Trust me, I know. Okay. Stan says, yes, Judge. We getting there. Hold on. I ain't done yet. Now, for all the men that listen to this podcast, for all the women that listen to this podcast, I'm going to tell you the truth. Okay. If no, I'm gonna have to drop the bomb on you. Do you know how men look at BBLs? Let's talk with Uncle Conrad for a minute. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I'm in big brother mode, grandfather mode, daddy mode. I don't know, but I'm in some type of mode right now. Okay, so talk with me a minute. Do we know how men look at BBLs? Chat, let me know. I'm getting somewhere with this. I'm not trying to drag this out, but I'm going somewhere. Fact of the matter is this: the majority of men look at female body enhancements sexually and only sexually. Now, and I'm not talking about the ones like your nose job and your face facelift and your chin and your lips. Yeah, that's sexual. Eyelashes, they don't count. Like we're not looking at that, no way. But toes, we're not looking at that, no way. Correcting the knees, the knock knees, we don't. That's not sexual at all. But BBLs, breast lift or breast augmentation, lip augmentation, those three specifically are sexualized within the context of men. Now, I don't know why Vivica, who claims that her intellectual prowess as a woman is far than and above any type of man that has ever approached her, why she would think at 60 that a BBL is going to get her the right catch. Who are you trying to catch, ma'am? Who are you trying to catch? Be so kind, if you haven't done so already, drop a like and share this as we go forth, as we are in the one hit quitter. We definitely thank y'all for being here on the Real podcast as we go through. Oh, my brother Vaughn is in the building. Salute and peace to you, my brother. Salute and peace, grace and joy in abundance. Yes, my brother. Yes, salute to you, sir. As I was saying, Vivica has no business getting a BBL, not at 60. And dare I say, I'm gonna put this out there because I know there's some men. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna drop the link in a minute, guys. Give me a second. Let me cook on this one. And then I'm gonna drop the link just now. Oh my goodness. These brothers always got something good. Oh my goodness. Oh my good golly gosh. Oh, you guys, it's still a bit choppy. Jeez, peace. You know what? I don't understand what's going on. Oh, you know what? And I do apologize. Y'all gonna have to see with me. Google Drive is killing me tonight, and it's causing me some issues in the background. So I do apologize for what you may be hearing as the choppiness, but I'm gonna just have to go and power on through it. I'm sorry. Thank you, brother, for letting me know. Thank you for that. I can't do anything about that, at least not at the moment. Give me 1 second here. Where are we? Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to work through it tonight. I do hear it. Very faintly, I hear it. And I'm gonna just adjust the volume to make sure I'm not clipping anywhere. But yeah. Yeah. When I tell you that this lady don't have no business using a BBL to try and catch somebody, and that's like, I know Jerk just said that, that's the only way she gonna land somebody, and yeah, but it's not going to yield her the type of fruits that she wants. Like, I don't know, and this is what I'm saying, I don't know why he would think. I'm sitting here and I can just hear the Corey Holcomb coming out of me. The reverb is manageable. Okay, so okay, you know what? Y'all let me know. Let me know if is this better now? Because there shouldn't be any reverb on that. Let me know. Brother said, most people think men can't be SA'd. Men should be glad for the advances of a woman. Mm-hmm. Okay, but perfect. Okay, yeah, I found what the problem is. Don't worry. We on the up and up. Thank you, brothers, for helping me to navigate that. I really appreciate it. No, it's true. A lot of people Okay, bless. So a lot of people think that men cannot be they can't be essayed, and that's a big problem in itself. As it goes for Vivica, like she's Delulu. She is Delulu because I don't understand how. And you know what? This is exactly why we're gonna do a part two to this. I'm gonna let you guys know this in advance. This is exactly why we're gonna do a part two to this, guys. I'm dropping the link, so if you feel to come up or you're free, come up. If you're just chilling, I'm cool either way. Glad for y'all to be here. And you know what? Again, let me just go back. So I give honor to whom honor is due. Again, we got Brother Vaughn Bryant in the house. We thank you, brother, for being here. We got Sophisticated Jerk in the house. Thank you for being here. We got Stan in the house. We got Brother Hassan in the house. Hold on, let me make sure. And I'm just clicking random comments, people, so don't judge me. Brother Big Sheet, we got you in the house. Salute to you. Salute to everybody in the house. Okay, perfect. Glad for everybody. Yeah, she ain't got no business doing that. And ultimately, and I'm not gonna lie, I think in some cases that maybe her, because when she was sitting there talking about she was taking applications, she was up for another movie. She was doing another project, and I think if I'm not mistaken, it was with Tyler Perry. And I'm not gonna lie, I haven't seen no ads. Y'all can tell me if I'm just being biased, but I ain't seen no ads about it. So, in my opinion, she got to go. She needs to go back and get that all dissolved if it can, because if it's fat transfer and she has any issues, it's gonna cause her problems. It's gonna cause her problems. And now I'm trying to be loving and look out for her health. But you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. You figured it, feel me? Okay, we're moving right along. I am proud of Lizzo. Can I say that? I'm proud of Lizzo. I'm proud of the work that she put in. I'm proud that she shut her mouth and literally put her feet to the pavement. No puns intended. I'm glad that she saw it in herself that it does. And I'll say this: there are men that love big women. There are men that love voluptuous women. There are men that love slim women, etc. Short women. I don't know too much men that love tall women, especially if you're 6 foot and she's above 6 foot. You got to be like 6 foot 8, 9, and 10 to really love like that. But that's different. Um, but I salute her. I'm really proud of her. Y'all see it, and I'm not afraid to say it. I'm not simping over her neither. But she has to understand that she needs to take better care of herself for herself, because at the end of the day, if she wants a man and that man brings her home, and in her current condition, if she was just fine the way she is, and there are certain health conditions that come along with, and I'm not talking about like heart attacks. Now sometimes it could be joints, and joint problems as you get older is almost just as bad, if not worse, than dealing with some organ issues. So I'm glad for her in more ways than one, but I'm proud of her that she took the time to take care of herself, even if it was just to find somebody that would say that they love her, that she loves her. Now she gonna have to do the work on the cognitive side and the mental side, and make sure that she's healed emotionally, physically, and well, yes, physically, because um, but she's got to make sure that she's healed. Otherwise, she doesn't want to put herself in a position where she is 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 um is being taken advantage of, because she's still got money and she can still go on and do some things. And I think, if I'm hoping that she has the right trainer, she should have enough money to afford it, that can show her how to tighten up some of the looser ends. Even if I don't think she'll ever be slim, and for her, she doesn't need to be slim. What she needs to do now, in my opinion, what would work for her is doing some of these workouts that can build some muscle in the right places to carve out. Because naturally, if she's trying to get, hips, tips, and some hips and finger trips and all them tips and trips and fingertips and all that stuff, so the way her body's been for a long time, it's not going to show up. And y'all can see it right now. Like her side is pretty one-dimensional. So if she's looking for some type of hourglass or something like that, she's going to have to continue to put some work in, transform certain things into muscle. It is what it is. I'm just telling the truth. We keep it the real over here. That's what it is. Instead of eating a snack, she is becoming a snack. Amen. I agree with that. Oh my goodness. Okay, that was what we just read. Brother said that. Tall women, number one, need love too. They all for you, brother. I'm married. I don't do tall. I am 6'2 3/4. My wife is all of 5'6" on a good day, and that depends on if she's wearing heels or shoes with a little bit of sole in it. I like my women short. I have always liked my women short, and I'm God gave me the desire of my heart, and I am fine with that. He said, number two, we'll get chopped down. Number three, my kids would thank me. I'm 6'1". And we'll be making more giants. Unless your genes skip a generation, bro, then what you gonna do? Remember the artist Vista. She's plus size and slimmed down to nice, thick, curvy figure. Oh, of course. Ain't nothing wrong with nice, thick, and curvy. But every woman needs to understand what works for her body and what doesn't. And it's just simply that. Not everything is for everybody. Vivica gonna find that out the hard way. I pray that she is kept in the hands of the Lord, because it's not gonna be pretty when some of that stuff start leaking and her body start rejecting it. That's all I'm saying. Wonderful. Thank you, sir. Thank you again, brothers. Oh my goodness. Yes. There you guys go. There is I'm gonna pin that. It's funny every time, how many times I still almost put myself on timeout and pin my own comment and trying to pin my own comment. My goodness. Yes, Lizzo, I'm proud of you. Salute to you. Now, this is kind of correlates to tonight's topic, kind of doesn't, but I'm going to go there anyways. And I'm going to be hyperbolic and try to extrapolate maybe what's there or what's not there. But lately, Stephen A. Smith and LeBron James been having an issue. Specifically, Stephen A. Smith was on a broadcast. I can't remember if it was his own show or ESPN First Take, where he basically said that Bronny's not that kid, and LeBron should stop embarrassing him by forcing him to try and keep up this "I want to be a basketball player," even though he's not that good. Salute, brother. How you doing, man?
What's going on, man?
I can't complain. I'm having a good day out here, just sitting there. I'm glad you were able to make it in. How was your day, man?
Pretty good. Doing all right.
You know what's funny? I have did you ever watch Sisters? Like on BET? Did you ever take in that show?
Yeah, I watch it.
Oh, Stan. Stan does this to me all the time. I will look down and then I just see this big smile. It just Oh, coming live to you and give us to the stage. We got Big Stan.
What's good, Stan?
What it do, my G?
What's up, guys? How you guys doing?
I had to give some pushback though. Conrad, you're one of my favorite. You be holding it down. But Vivica Fox, she needs that BBL, brother. And I understand where you were going with it, because typically I would say no. But when you got the personality of a rock, you got to entice somebody a different way. So that's why. Because Father Time is going to hit us all. And when you start getting, I'm 46 now. So it's like, man, we're all going to get old. But when you messed up and you didn't land a guy to like build with you and he liked you for your personality and you kind of grow up, we're all gonna start looking a little bad. She's got to lure somebody in with like a botched BBL. She's got to go there with it. I'm sorry, fellas.
But you can't do both. You were already wearing diapers. So why you got a BBL if you was already wearing diapers?
But I mean, just think of a guy in like a nursing home. He's like on the edge of going. He's gonna be like, look, she's got a wagon. And that, I'm sorry to say, guys. I'm with you though. 98% of the time, Conrad, I'm feeling you. We it's not a good move, but this is Vivica.
No, I hear you, but it's just like I really can't condone this, even for her lower state and where she's at right now. I just can't do it.
Do we got an up-to-date picture of her? Can you pull up like an up-to-date picture?
No, she's not allowed to grace this platform with this foolishness that she's going on with right now. I'm gonna let her know she's fully condemned. She ain't got no business doing this foolishness at any given time at all. Like, I don't know who she thinks she is.
See, Conrad, you be taking too tough of stances. I think you got to have like exemptions, like a little small portion of people.
I ain't never exempted nothing. I ain't never exempted a piece of lint, much more or less a butterfly a day in my life. That's like saying I'm okay with that's like saying we can gonna go to church, right? And you know that I have an attraction problem to big booty Judies. And it's okay for all the big booty Judies to just wear their G-string and their tight leopard print skirt. No, bro, like you gotta have some decorum sometimes. She's old enough to know you have left the age where you are BBL affiliated or licensed. She has left that party. The mere fact that she did that, you know what kind of application she's gonna get, and then she's gonna go on her little tirade that she did, and this is another reason why she's exempt. That whole mess that she pulled on Fox One with on Fox Soul with all those other bitter women about she's glad that Kevin is off this earth. Listen, listen, Vic, wherever you are, listen. You not allowed to get a BBL. You need to go to the doctor and get that dissolved. Wherever they took that fat from, have them put it back. And in the name of Jesus, go and repent. I'm dead serious. You not gonna wish death on the Godfather and think that I, in this little hole of Toronto, Ontario, Canada, is not gonna lash back. I've been waiting the whole 2.5 years to get at her for this. Oh, no. You're not going to come out there just because Kevin told you the truth and told you that because your iPhone don't recognize you without your makeup and men don't recognize you without your makeup, that you get to wish some people, many men wish death upon me, blood in my eye. No. In the name of Jesus, woman, take the BBL out of your booty and go back to church where your grandmother has been sitting for the last 10, 20 years wondering why you get up every day talking this foolishness. And if anybody's got a problem with that, you can come. I feel, man, I wish I had an organ.
But suppose, Conrad,
don't listen to this, Vivica.
Nope, I suppose nothing.
No, but suppose,
I suppose
Conrad,
nothing.
Suppose she got a Christian BBL.
I agree with Stan right here.
What's that?
I just sent it to you on your Instagram. I just sent it to you on your Instagram. You have 2 videos waiting for you on your Instagram.
Oh man. Listen,
for anybody who don't know, my name
Potiphar's
is
wife. Listen. Potiphar's wife had a BBL, and we saw what Joseph did. Okay, Potiphar's wife had a BBL, and we know what Joseph did. He became the governor all over Egypt. Exactly, and became the governor. Let me be great.
But how many men fell for Potiphar?
Let me cook. Let me cook.
And the other disagreement I had, I like Lizzo plumper. I'm gonna keep it real.
Yeah, well, she was not no plump. She was a full refrigerator. Stop. That body positivity don't work. As a former big boy, look, you gonna get diabetes,
I ain't gonna lie, I like her a little bigger, pressure.
Man. You going for a man is not good. You gonna have titties. You're gonna be wearing the bra.
Sophisticated. What is with you with the
I
big
gotta tell
girls,
what
bro?
that bra is. That bra
So you
is
in
them
my
t-shirts
homosexual
paint.
days, man, they held me down. I can't be just giving up on them.
Look,
Like,
they still could be there.
I'm
but
not
they
giving up
healthy,
on them.
man.
I'm just saying I'm glad she took her health seriously.
Yeah,
That's
they
all
ain't
I'm
gonna
saying.
last,
I'm glad she took her health seriously.
She gonna be wearing knee wraps because she can't get up, them legs too straight because they too heavy. Every Friday she's at the sip and paint and she ain't painting.
I can't.
But we'll let you catch up, Conrad. I know you was about to get to the Stephen A. and
I gotta
LeBron
recover
one
for a minute, man.
I definitely want to comment on that one, but I did have to give you some pushback.
Oh my gosh. No, that's okay. You know what? We're all entitled to our opinions. It's Friday. It's okay. Vaughn Bryant said, if you are unrecognizable when you take off your makeup, you have put way too much. That is 100. I definitely agree.
That's a fact, Vaughn.
Hassan said, Vaughn Bryant, salute. That is a fact.
Hey, can I add something to that too?
Go ahead, brother.
When you unwrap yourself at the end of the night and you look like a Pillsbury dough biscuit.
Listen, body shaming is incredible.
You know what it is?
Today.
No, it's you can't lie to yourself. That's the thing about it. You can't lie to don't lie to yourself. Or at least if you're gonna lie to yourself, don't try to lie to us and get us to accept the lie with you. Because I love you enough to tell you the truth.
But Conrad, they're all 10s. They Beyonce's.
Who said who?
Because you take off that wig.
Listen, this is 2025. Beyonce ain't even Beyonce no more. Okay.
I'm just saying they take off that wig. They look like the V.
Anyways, we gonna move on before I get canceled, before I even get started, man. I can't deal with this no more. I don't even like Beyonce, and you have me up here defending Beyonce. I don't like her attitude. It ain't got nothing to do with the way she looked.
But they say that they are Beyonce. You're gonna accept them for who they are, and when they take off the wraps, you're supposed to be loving. And have
well, you know what? That's cool. You know what they can accept? They can accept. You know what they can accept? You know, me and LeBron James have a lot in common. I never told you guys about that. I never told you guys. We're born in the same month. We are the same age. We're 3 weeks apart in the month of December, and we got the same bald spot. Except that. I got the same bald spot as a billionaire basketball player who done scored 50,000 points. Except that.
Oh, okay.
Bet you won't. Bet you they'll sit there and look at my wife and be like, how the heck could she marry him with that bald spot, with that Area 51 spot in the back of his head? Bet you they'll sit there. I done knocked out my own headphones and stopped the. Oh my goodness! Well, that's the end of that.
But we don't just get the lace front, Conrad. Just get the lace front.
I don't do no lace fronts. Okay, I'm waiting for a little more recession on my head so I can go full up bald. But anyways, as I was gonna ask, sophisticated.
Dude, you're not gonna fight. You're not gonna get a lace front for the summer?
I've been fighting all my life. I've been fighting all my life, man. I'm tired of fighting. Anyways, before we go on to this, bro, sophisticated. I was watching. I remember there's this one guy. I don't know if you remember Zach from Sisters. His ex-girl, the light-skinned guy that her new boyfriend. You remember that guy? Zach's old girlfriend?
Yeah.
You know the funny thing is, I found a picture of him, right? And it's a picture of him smiling, like behind the scenes, like they're like not shooting a film or not shooting a scene. And the way he smiled, I'm not gonna lie, bro, it kind of favored you a little bit. So I screenshot the picture and I was gonna chop it up and be like, yo, sophisticated. I never knew you were acting. But I was like, you know what? He might not like that because the guy's still not as handsome as him. Like the man's like head is up there and it was like he even got like little turtle vibe. So I didn't do it, but I have the picture, so I'm gonna share it with you. Like, I'm gonna inbox it to you. You can let me know if I was, sipping helium. I remember, I tried to tell Mr. Best the other day that he kind of sounded like a little bit like O'Shea Dude Jackson. Man, the whole chat was on my head, especially M3. M3 is like, Conrad, now you know most times I mess with you. You my homie. but you're wrong on this one. Like it's like 3 o'clock in the morning. I got the whole chat telling me I'm wrong. So I had to learn my lesson. I was like, you know what? Let me just hold off on this. Let me tell Sophisticated about it and then see how he thinks. And then I kept looking at the picture between now and then. I was just like, nah, I was wrong on this one. So I'm gonna just hold that one. But I was, salute to you, brother. Salute to you. You got people trying to copy your swag out there. They ain't doing it as good.
No doubt.
They ain't doing
I
it as good,
appreciate you,
but they trying
Conrad.
to copy you, homie. They trying to copy you. I just wanted to let you know that. We got Vaughn said, I watched Sisters. You know what? Okay. I'm gonna throw this out there, but I identify my character would be Zach. If I was living out somebody's character, short of Fatima being a thug, because I did that and she almost shot me. But that's another story. I'm delivered. I am not who I used to be, and that's why I had too much homosexual stories. Like it's just not good. Anyways,
Fatima.
huh?
He wasn't a homosexual for Fatima. He got
He wasn't, but he could have been.
Yes.
He could have been. He almost was, but he, you know what I mean? Man came into some money, made the right move, was able to escape the cops in the process, and was secured the money. I think it was Cat Williams on one of his stand-up that said, how did he say it? He goes, hey, basically this is what happened. Somebody said, hey, homie, they about to raid your bank. You need to take your money and move it from this bank to that bank. And he said, if Ninjas is going to jail for getting a hookup, then I don't know what is. And he was talking about the whole, I think at that time he was talking about the whole Hillary Clinton thing where they told her to move her papers and her money and whatnot. And she did it. And she's like, she went to jail for not snitching. And Cat Williams is my homie. I hope to God I meet him one day. I hope to God I get to meet him. What do you guys think about this? As fathers, we all fathers here. We got fathers in the chat. What do y'all think about this? Stephen A. Smith and LeBron James, they have a problem because Stephen A. Smith goes on a live and I think it was on his personal platform. And he basically says that LeBron James is embarrassing Bronny by making him go along with this whole be an NBA player thing, because every time he comes in a game, even in garbage minutes, he puts up garbage stats. But then he goes to the G League and he's killing it. What do y'all think about that? Because LeBron James approached him at a game, I think it was last week before he got injured, and basically told him, like, dude, shut it down. Like, say what you want. Yeah, I know you're a commentator. I get it. You're going to critique people. You have your outtakes, your personality. But when it comes to my son, keep my son's name out your mouth. And I really should have had that Birdman clip. He said, you put some respect on my name. Put some respect on my name. Yeah, he told him to put some respect on his name. And so immediately, what do you guys think about that? Now, brother checking another brother about how, about how he went about addressing his boy.
I think in this case, man, I'm gonna have to say LeBron's out of bounds. Because it's like, man, if you in a entertainment field, and it's like, man, you're a basketball savant. So like, say like you took Bronny and you're like, hey, and it wasn't his son. You're like, look, LeBron, we're gonna bring just say Justin. We'll change his name to Justin. Justin, we're gonna trade him to your team. LeBron be like, hell no, he's trash. So that's what I'm saying. Facts. It's like if he could honestly step out and look at it from that perspective, because he's infamous for getting people off his team for less. You know what I'm saying? That was putting up better numbers than Bronny. So it's just like deep down, it's like, man, this kid sucks. And the fact that because me and my boy, we were having an argument about this. He was like, well, nepotism, I think that's good that LeBron's bringing him on the team. I'm like, man, he's setting him up for failure because he's not ready for the league like that. And, it's going to kind of kill his confidence, kind of like what happened with, what's the cat on the Nets? Ben Simmons and stuff like that. So it's like, if you rush certain people, man, like, yeah, it's going to end up putting that mark on him. And then, he's already in your shadow. You're one of the greatest players ever. So it's just like, man, he's kind of screwing him up. And now you're stepping in when people are critiquing him. even though you critiqued other players and blocked trades and was like getting people off your team, it's like, man, you can't sit there now and want to, cover them. So it's like, you're not even letting your own son, flourish and be a man to a certain degree. It's like, you got to let him go out there and do his own thing. So, that's the whole issue. When he brought him to the team, now he's trying to still protect him from everything. So it's like, man, you know what? He's going to end up kind of soft, man. That's the reality. He's like, nah, you got to let him get that smoke. And then that's when you go to your son, you're like, look, this is what they saying about you. Now you want to step your game up. Let's go. We got to lock in the summer. You want to get better where you ain't getting clown. Like, let's go. Let's change the diet. Let's do this. Or maybe you need to go over to Europe and come back.
Well,
so yeah, LeBron's screwing him up right now.
Okay, Stan, before I lob this to you, I agree with you, but I heard something today that actually changed my opinion, because I was saying the same thing as you, Jerk. Believe it or not, in my heart of hearts, I agree with you. But there was something that kind of changed my mind. Stan, what do you think from a father's point of view?
I'm going to say this in the nicest way as possible. Your mission in life is not the same for your children, number one. Number two, to the kids, you do not have that same personal drive and passion that your parents have. And a lot of times that's just not your walk. You might have a desire for it because you've seen your parents do it, but that's not your calling. And a lot of times for parents, you want to have a mini you, but your mini you is used to having a driver and bonbons and having cake parties at the age of 14. I don't know, 10 years from the projects and you was hungry and starving and all you did was dream basketball. It's a lot different for like anybody who do well or the parents did well and you want to copy your parents. You got to find your own motivation. But like for anyone to protect their kids like this and they're grown, like you're going to have another Marcus Jordan on your hands.
Ooh.
And we all know
put Bronny in a WNBA. My bad. Sorry, Stan. Go.
No, you're right. You're right. Because that's what Marcus. You're gonna have Marcus. He's gonna go around snorking white powder and saying, "Do you know who my father is?" He's LeBron in his life. Like, yo, there's a point where you gotta, you as fathers, you do control the environment, let your kids fail, and have that talk with them. Like SJ said.
Men than it is.
But when you don't do it, they're gonna be brats. And we all seen grown men who are brats. They never grow.
Right. Now, I agree with you. I you know what, you hit on something that I want to come back to about the drive. And I'm going to include Marcus Jordan in it and every other son that has entered in the NBA. Okay. Gotta hit that doorbell. Welcome to the stage, Rush. Salute, brother.
What's good, Rush?
Salute. What up? What's popping, y'all? What's good?
Not much, brother. Happy Friday. Glad you're in the building, brother.
Yo, man, happy Friday to you too.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yo, when I look at this situation, and Rush, I'm gonna toss it to you in a second. We trying to get the feelings on the thoughts on LeBron trying to check Stephen A. Smith at the game regarding his comments on Bronny. Do I think it's a weak move? No, not 100%. I think it's a weak move because they understand the atmosphere that they're in, especially as black men that are world renowned for a brand, right? And when from a LeBron James to a Stephen A. Smith and a Stephen A. Smith to a LeBron James, I think there should be some type of I don't want to say like rights or let's say a code of ethics to say, hey, dude, I'm going to be offering my critique on this. And there could be a chance that you might not like it. I'm not going to not do it, but I'm giving you a heads up. Okay, Stephen A. Smith, what are you planning to say? Planning to say that I think you're pushing your son into this, and you want it more than your son. All right, cool. Go ahead, do your thing, or do it, but don't make Bronny seem like, you know what I mean, whatever. And then it's up to Stephen A.'s choice on how he wants to go about that. However, on the other hand, LeBron knows that cameras is always on him during the game. So I feel like he tried to, in a way, to sun Stephen A. and make Stephen A. seem smaller because Stephen A.'s personality is so big, and it's been rumored that LeBron James likes to be the biggest personality in any room, in any team, in any office that he's in. Whether or not that's true, I can't speak to that, and I'm not going to try to. But I do think there was a way, and I believe that there's always a way to do things, right? If I have a problem with anybody on the panel, or if I had some problem with anybody, I'm not going to pull you up on YouTube and address that problem, unless I'm making it as a point of reference that me and Sophisticated, we had an issue and we dealt with it. But if I pull you up unawares, okay, I'm having, and I'm going to address that, and I'm just going to come at you when I know, and we're not talking about, let's say everybody's platform is blown up. We just all blown up, and everybody knows us. You got your crowd, I got my crowd, everybody's Stance guy, his crowd, Rush guy, his crowd, and now we all in the building. We got 4 separate crowds together. And we can't even say that we're writing a script to do this for the aspect of publicity and making a bigger move. Like, we wrote a script behind the scenes, and everybody else is going to just run with this and guess it. LeBron tried to sun him, and I don't stand by trying to, in the name of trying to defend your own turf, you outrightly disrespect another brother for doing his job, in a sense. Because at that point, and again, I'd have to go back and check the tapes to see if it was on Stephen A.'s personal platform, which he's building up the Stephen A. Smith show, or if it was on ESPN. If it's on ESPN, then that's his boss. That's ESPN that's running that. If it's on the Stephen A. Smith show, we can have a conversation about that. But overall, Rush, what do you think about LeBron checking Stephen A. at the game, trying to tell him to keep his son out of the critique?
I think he overreacted, but I haven't heard the critique, so I don't know how bad it was. But even though, like, everybody knows that's just how Stephen A. Smith goes. I mean, he always critiques everybody on a maniacal level. I mean, he's pretty obsessed with the game, and he's going to give you harsh critiques, and that's just how you get down. For LeBron to quote unquote try to check him, what I mean, that's uncalled for. One, he's an elderly dude. He's an elderly guy, and 2, like, you overreacting, man. You know what I mean? To me, that's some sucker shit right there. Part of my French.
No, I ain't mad at that. And you know what's funny that you pointed that out, Rush? Because look at the picture, and don't Stephen A. Smith look like he's in full grandpa mode right now?
Yeah,
he's in full grandpa stance right now.
Yeah,
look at him.
Does,
he's got
man.
that little shrunken.
I'll never violate an old man like that, man. That's not cool. You know what I mean? He wouldn't do that to an old white man. So why he gonna do it to his own? You know what I mean?
Hey, that's facts.
Right there. I ain't a fan of
that's
LeBron,
facts.
Man. He a sucker.
Nah, I agree.
Okay.
I don't like LeBron.
Let me lob this up to you guys. Let me lob it. You guys better come around when it comes to next week when we talking about who's the GOAT, because that's fitting to be spicy. I ain't got no one hitter quitter that week. I ain't got this.
Come on.
Okay, hold it down for next week. You go give away. Just be there next week. Bye. You'll be there next week. Just hold it down. Now let me lob this up to you guys, because I was listening to a clip, and I really wish I had downloaded it and pulled it up, but it is what it is. There was a clip that said, and kind of point. Actually, was not a clip. If you Gilbert Arenas podcast, and he was saying that, look, y'all got to understand what may have shifted LeBron to even try to puppeteer and push for Bronny to get even a look for these scouts to look at him. He finished the game. He got on a plane, and he was on his way out of the state to another state. And as he's getting ready to head to the plane to go travel, he gets a call. Bronny just had a heart attack and collapsed on the floor. Now, aside from LeBron James, the egocentric person that he is, great talent, basketball player, he's a father. And this is where my opinion changed. Because I think about it over my son every day, to sometimes where even when he was younger and he had a fall at daycare, like I overreacted. And like I'm in the downtown core when I go to work. It takes me nothing less than an hour, 2 hours to get home or to get to his daycare. And that's just by traveling. And God forbid if, there's no traffic, whether you're driving or whether you're taking, I'm taking the train into downtown. As much as it's one train, I still got like 45 minutes. And then after I get off that train, I still got like a 15-minute dodge to his daycare, right? And there's been times where they call me and be like, yo, your son fell and hit his lip. I look at my boss, I'm like, yo, I'm out. I got to go. Because I don't want to sit there and take for granted how somebody else cares about my son and use their care because they're supposed to care for him and make that my care. So I got up, gone. LeBron was getting on that plane. He got the call. LeBron had a heart. That we gonna call him LeBron. LeBron had a heart attack. He gets off the plane. Comes back. He's with Bronny. That Gilbert Arenas pointing that out is what made me change my opinion as to, even as a father, why he would push to have him in the NBA, because it's not even so much about Bronny being a great player. It's about LeBron making sure that as a father, he can see his son every day. If anything comes to happen to his son, good or bad, he's not too far away, even when they're on the job making money, to be able to get to his son. And so when, just as a father, from a father point, that kind of, I agree with everything else for multiple reasons. But that point, when Gilbert Arenas brought that point up, it kind of made me change a little bit. What do y'all think about that? Rush, go first, and then Stan and Jerk.
Yeah, I got so much smoke for you and Gilbert Arenas right now.
Well, I mean, what exactly did Gilbert do?
No, basically, he just pointed the different point. He just painted a different picture that, like, the whole reason why he's getting at Stephen A. Smith and, making sure he has a place on the team. And, he's doing everything within his power because of how he, his son almost being taken from him in terms of having that heart attack. It rocked him as a father. Now he just wants his son close to him all the time. So he's done everything in his power to get his son close to him at all the time, whether he's good or bad. Do you think that changes how he went at Stephen A. Smith, or is it still a sucker move?
Since there's a little bit of context with it, like he's not so much of a sucker, but I can understand that he let his emotions take over the best of him, based on that heart attack, but as far as that in concern, he's still overreacted because that's Stephen A. Smith, job to, to critique plays, man. And like you said, man, he didn't do it on his personal platform. He did it through ESPN, so therefore he got a boss, so he got to, follow protocol. Because he got to get to the bag because he got a family to feed himself,
That's facts. That's facts. Stan, what you got?
I'm calling number one.
Well, hold on. You say you calling what?
Calling Cap number one. You want to spend time with your son? You spend time with your son. This is some prideful stuff. Number two. Because number three, you pull some 1 minute manager in the NBA field where you don't build strong teams unless every ball is thrown at you. That's why you're not the greatest. You're the greatest you, but you don't build no greatest teamwork. So that's number, and then number four comes around. These young men that was under you in the LA Lakers, you ain't build them up. If they were a little threat, they were successful. You didn't cater towards their strength. You trade them out. So number five, you want people to have like compassion for you and your son. You're like, yo, what is this? Is this the worst type of nepotism? You up there with the Kardashians? You gonna make us enjoy this person, even though they ain't got no talent, or their talent is mediocre, or their talent is underdeveloped? Like, just make it true right now. You was the last of the high school hires for NBA. You were the last one. Nobody out of high school ever came back to go ahead and be an NBA star. You were the last one. You made the final cut. Your son is not you. Your son is your son. That's it. Both of them are. So go ahead and do whatever you want. If you want to spend time with your son, spend time with your son. But other than that, we don't feel no sympathy because everybody else's son you threw underneath the bus and traded them to God knows where, Oklahoma, Ohio, Nebraska. They living with the Corns and Jason and Freddie. So like, no, I don't feel sorry for you. You are a textbook example of the 1 minute manager. That is who you are, the 1 minute manager. Everybody's walking on eggshells. You give no real leadership. You go ahead and let people hang themselves because that's what 1 minute manager does. Does not develop no talents because guess what? There is no cheese. And I'm speaking for the people where my cheese, that book too. Because we don't know what the cheese is and it's illusion of cheese. So, LeBron, you are what's wrong with leadership. Own your shit. And when you leave, maybe Lakers will go ahead and develop some greatness. I'm done.
Jeez, bro. I don't even. Go ahead.
First of all, I would like to say Gilbert Arenas and Conrad was tripping on this one. This was an all-time sucker move, man.
Okay.
And I understand, like, your son goes through some stuff. You might want him closer. But you make him like either an agent with like Maverick in him. Cause it's like, man, this dude is a $1 billion enterprise, got businesses. Like, look, okay, you know what? Let's switch you over to business and stuff. And you got to just be honest with your kid. Cause maybe he could sell and become the next, Warren Buffett or somebody like that. So I think sometimes we fixate on, the sports too much where it's like, oh, I want my son to be the biggest baller. It's like, nah, let him use his brain. Maybe he could. His boy Maverick is sold over there and is killing it in his sports agent, doing movies and stuff. So it's just like, nah, you got enough businesses that you set up that you could have put him in that lane. Because even if you want to take the approach of like his health, like I don't think putting him in the NBA, them dudes are top of the line athletes. So if he had like heart conditions and stuff, that might not be the best
top
move.
Of the line athletes.
Yeah, so it's just like, man, putting them in that lane might not be the best move, and it's just like, man, you're taking opportunity from somebody else that kind of deserved it, and it's just like for LeBron to be that upper echelon athlete, he knows what that process is like, and it's just like, so now that your son's getting the smoke, it's just like, I get it, man, like you are overprotective, but you're kind of putting them in that light to get that smoke. So it's just like, man, you can't have it both ways and stuff. So I definitely, like you said, I could see the aspect that you guys are talking about. You want your son closer, but man, make that cat a personal trainer or something, man. Like he don't need to go make money for his family. That's already covered, So it's just like, man, you gotta, it's a self-centered move, man. Really, that's what it is.
I mean, y'all ain't wrong. I don't disagree with anything that anybody said. And LeBron, I tried. I'm gonna have to demote you out the December Sagittarius Club. Sorry, brother. Our bald spots are not equal no more, LeBron. Rest in peace to G Money, Lil Ronnie. Rest in peace to him and his daughter. That's all I'm gonna say about that. No comments. We just gonna keep it moving because just RIP to him and his daughter. There are various comments. There's various lanes that we could go in with this conversation. I just wanted to say RIP to him. It might not be worth a lot, but salute to him and his family. We keep we keep his family and the mother of his daughter in our prayers and our thoughts, and we pray that y'all make it through it. The peace of God covers y'all. This person right here, she is our, you know what, let's give it up for her. I didn't think it was going to be possible, but she has made it as the new clown of the week with her pretty smiled Angel Reese of the Chicago Sky. He says, pay us or we will, pardon me. Whoa, that tea done broke some gas in me. Sorry, hold on. Pause. That didn't come out too right. Iron Mike clowned his own son when he wanted to be a boxer. LBJ doesn't see that his son doesn't have the same drive. He's raised in luxury and goes to a private school. You know what? Before we go forward, I agree on that part. As the same problem with Michael Jordan's son is the same problem with Doc Rivers' son. The only son I can say, to my knowledge, and I'm just shooting because he's always in your face, is Stephen Curry.
You are correct.
Right? And I'm not saying that there's not sons. We know that the Ball brothers are there.
No, both sons are in the NBA.
Well, Seth Curry, didn't he retire, or is he still in the NBA?
No, Steph Curry brother is in there too, right? I don't know if he retired, but
yeah. Okay. So
he might be. NBA, I haven't seen him in a while, but he moved to like 10 different teams. So shit.
But don't forget Kobe. Kobe's father was in the NBA.
Okay, so we got Kobe and we got Steph as notable standout sons. But you look at these guys though. Kobe still had to build himself up. Could you imagine that you've been thinking you're the greatest since before high school, even when you skill-wise weren't the greatest, and you made yourself the greatest of that era and that time after Jordan? You got to be pretty bold to just be starting to grow your afro and you go up to Michael and be like, yo, I'm gonna whoop your behind. And then behind the scenes, even Michael says, yeah, this guy calls me all the time. I just got out the shower. Burps, phone rings. Yo, what's going on? Hey, it's Kobe. What's up? I'm going to whoop your behind. The next time we get on the court, get your old behind out the shower, put some cream on those ashy knees, and let's get out to this court so you can get this work, old man. Okay, love you, MJ, later.
But you see that Michael helped develop him, and when he passed away, Michael crying like, this is my son. That's something LeBron can't say. Somebody that's not your blood, and you make sure they do better than you.
LeBron don't have that in him, though. LeBron, you can see it on the high school tapes. If you go back and watch the high school tapes, LeBron, I actually think Nike found LeBron and continued to engineer that brother from high school, from lower days of high school, and say, yo, you gonna work, then we gonna get you to a good school, and we gonna put certain things around you and in you to get you up to where we need you to be. The man's engineered. There's no way you're 18-year-old handling the NBA and national media. A man's been in the league for 5-10 years, and they can't do it at the NBA level. I'm sorry, you got to be engineered. I'm just saying. But anyways, those are the only two guys that killed it. Is the only two sons. But as you said, the hunger, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bronny don't have that hunger, but he doesn't have a reason to have that hunger. Even for a LeBron James, he doesn't have to have the hunger that his dad had. He never went home he never moved for 4 times in half a school semester. He wasn't living his son wasn't living in cockroach infested houses and housing projects and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So I mean, his mom wasn't, you know what I mean, sleeping with the other team members and stuff like that. So
What? Oh,
you never heard that, or are you just surprised that I said it?
I did not know.
Look at Rush.
No, everybody know about that.
Oh wow. Yeah. Oh my God.
What was my boy's name?
Yeah, bro,
Delonte West.
that was a known thing. Why do you think? Yeah, Delonte Homeless West.
Yeah, he was bad. He was down and out bad for a minute.
Cancel that.
Wow. Okay. All right. I have an idea.
Man, still down and out bad.
Say this before I say the idea, so we can all bank on it.
Put that hex on him.
I want us to bank on it, and nobody listening could take this from us. So what I need from each of you guys is say your station, okay? Because it's going to be trademarked, so we get paid. So right now we're on what network? Go ahead, Conrad.
The Real Platform Network.
Okay. SJ, you're from where?
Manic Sophistication.
Rush, you're what?
The Lubudo Network. We the Rockefeller Records of this YouTube street, you heard?
And I'm a contractor for all. So if you take this and rock this, we're going to sue you. Okay. My idea is this. Would it be better if people went ahead and cloned these guys and then put their clones in those controlled environments and see they develop legends, as opposed to put their children in there and track them?
You said clones?
I mean,
yeah, because like
this was your bright idea.
Wait, listen,
that you pauses for.
I'm just.
You ain't never seen Pet Cemetery? Now you want to play with clones and stuff?
They clone the pets though. They clone pets and they get 7 of them and they put them in controlled environments if they want to see if they're going to develop the same way. But like you could get a LeBron. Can you imagine you clone Shaq and this time this Shaq is going straight to football? Shaq was crazy.
Nah, I think that's playing God too much, man. I don't.
Hey, I'm just saying this is for us and we own it. I said it first. Anybody take it and write a book, a movie, a TV show, you paying us our money. I'm putting this on notice.
They clone Tyrone.
Tyrone ate chicken. We talking about legends here. We're talking about legends.
I cannot deal with you, bro. Honestly, yo, I'm not gonna lie. I'll take that. If they end up doing that, hey, y'all gotta pay us our money. We want it in cash, in our hand. we want it in cash.
End up on Tubi. It's gonna make $2.50.
Hey man, don't sleep on Tubi. Remember,
hey bro,
the NFL.
Don't sleep on Tubi. Tubi be running Shatas and state property right now.
Yeah, word is bomb. Yeah.
Nah, I like Tubi. Shout out to Tubi.
Yeah.
Tubi
be holding it down. Like if Tubi, I don't know what y'all did, but y'all need to give BT Canada some pointers on how to run a real network and do movies and shows, because y'all got that on any. And you think of the most random movie, especially if it's centered around Black people, you can find it on Tubi. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Like
we do need more Canada movies,
than Shatas.
Yeah, we need some Canada movies now that y'all about to become the 51st state.
No, we don't.
We need to shoot.
No, we don't. We got land we can shoot movie scenes on, but like, hey, I ain't got no problem with that. I ain't got. You know what's funny? I'm gonna have to throw this video. I'm gonna edit it up and throw it up because I don't want news stations over here to be like, oh, you're using your own likeness. I'm like, yo, y'all shot me, okay? Y'all shot me. I was on my way to work this morning. I was on the news because we have an interim interim prime minister until the next election. And so as I was going to work, they were sitting there. I was walking through the train station, and they, rolled up on me and said, yo, come do this interview. So I came to the interview. Mm-hmm. I turn around, I finished work, and I got people messaging me, yo, bro, why are you the thumbnail on the news, bro? I'm just like, what you talking about? I look on YouTube, bomb, it's right there. So y'all see, after the show, I'll post it out. But moving right along, we got site. Hey, I'm gonna get that money for sure. That's a free press right there. This young woman said, "Pay us or we'll walk." Now, she's got to be delusional because they gotta. I don't know if she understands. I really wish somebody would explain to these WNBA players how business works. You can't sit there and demand 100% of nothing. You know what she reminds me of? Remember that scene from Fresh Prince where Uncle Phil goes to Will? Will, what's 100% of zero? And Will's like, okay, you can carry the 1 and carry the 2. And it's zero, dummy. 100% of nothing is nothing. And Will goes, I can see how that makes sense. They need to show her that scene. Because just because y'all brought a whole bunch of people to, and Caitlin Clark and all your drama and all this stuff brought a whole bunch of money and viewers to the stadiums last year, your bill was a negative $100 million. Y'all made 40 million. You were still $40 million. You only made $10 million. Yeah. Last year's bill.
Wait a minute. The whole NBA only accumulated.
No. The WNBA, just the WNBA,
Yeah, I mean, the
just
WNBA.
the WNBA.
Yeah, WNBA only accumulated 10 million. So I don't know where she's getting the idea that she needs to get paid as much as the superstars on the NBA.
The NBA.
It doesn't make any sense. Like, you don't have the fan base or community that, you know what I mean, help you supplement that kind of income. You know what I mean?
First of all, I hate to throw it out there, but again, for the 30% of women that watch this and that support this platform, women don't support women. If I'm lying, one woman come in the chat right now, tell me who your favorite WNBA player was from 1999. I can name mine. I bet you can't name yours. Let me know what was her final stats. Let me know what playoff game she played in. Let me know who was the other team she played against. I bet you can't name it, but I can.
We're talking about the WNBA, right?
Yeah. The WNBA, not the NBA. Right? This is what I'm talking about. Let's just do simple math. You have a league that is only women. Women executives, women coaches, women trainers, women. It's just women. Women players, women refs, right? Women outnumber men 100 to 1.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? All right, let's say 2 to 1. 2 to 1 to bring it in.
No,
right?
the numbers are correct.
So if women outnumber us men 100 to 1, and y'all have a league for yourselves, y'all have jerseys that are specifically geared to women, color schemes that are specifically geared to women, why isn't J-Lo? Why isn't Lizzo? Why isn't Sexy Red? Why isn't Cardi B and Cardi Flat? Why isn't Meg the Stallion and Meg the Donkey? Why isn't Lazo and Lizzo? Why haven't none of these chicks pulled up to these games consistently? Gabrielle Union, Lil Kim, Missy Elliott, she's not dead yet. Sorry. Oh, sorry, YouTube. My bad. She's going through some issues. God help her to recover. Missy Elliott. You can't name one notable female celebrity that's been at the end of the WNBA game saying, y'all need to come over here support. And then the one year, which is the year before Angel Reese and Caitlin even come in, the brothers are like in the NBA are like, yo, y'all women is fly. Y'all didn't know that, boy. When my dude on New York now, I think it was Mikal Bridges or whatever, he shot a shot at my girl from the Aces. I don't even remember her name is, but he shot a shot and she put him on blast on Twitter about, nah, we good over here. No, you're not good over there, ma'am. That year, which was 2.5 to 3.5 years ago, you guys finished $50 million in debt to the NBA. Then college does you a favor and sends this clown, Miss Angel Reese, and sends the good graces of Caitlin Clark and a plethora of other females that are actually doing some different things comparable to how Steph Curry's running up and down the court. And instead of finishing $50 million in debt last year, y'all, by the grace of God, finished $40 million in debt. And you think that $10 million around between now getting you guys chartered flights, between getting you guys national games, between now renting out some of the biggest basketball cities, stadiums, you think that, okay, now you're going to be able to just, okay, run up in there and do the thing? Salute. We got Mr. J in the building. How you doing, sir?
Good, Jay.
I'm doing all right. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we got you. Loud and clear, brother.
Conrad, real quick.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, I'm freezing up a little bit. Sorry.
Nah,
you good?
No. You're good. You're good. You're good.
So Conrad, have y'all ever watched a WNBA game? Chicks
Yes,
missing layups?
Yes, I have. And it's horrible. It's horrible.
I can't blame I don't care if I was the biggest feminist. I had like pink hair, shaved on the sides, a nose ring. I'm not going to no WNBA game. I'm sorry. You could pay me to do that.
I can understand that. But this is what I'm talking about. Like, and as we were talking about the younger generation not having a real dog in them, nothing to motivate them to fight, right? Yes, there's been certain advancements in the way of business that will definitely benefit the college athlete, because now they benefit from the NIL deals, name, image, and likeness, right? So, yeah, they're going to be able to make that money and not have to work at McDonald's through college or university, plus, you know what I mean, and possibly not be able to make the best of themselves. But this ignorant person over here, again, I quote to her, the graces of the book of Fresh Prince. What is 100% of nothing? Tell me. Like, I don't know if y'all been following it. And Jay, I'm gonna toss it up to you because you just got up here. But is she delusional or does she have a point?
Delusional.
Okay, we good.
I agree, Jay.
I wasn't even thinking that hard about it, but I'm just saying, like, when I hear WNBA like stuff, I'm just like, okay, let me just be very direct, because we had a conversation about this earlier, me and my guys. You're not gonna get paid the amount that men do, because the men are more exciting to watch. Let's just keep it real, keep it a beam. The NBA is more, more profitable from a standpoint of, not of highly decorated players of generational talent that make the game exciting to watch, and also when a man dunks over a woman, it's always going to be preferred more than a woman dunking, because I'm like, whatever, it doesn't matter. Like when he did it, there was some finesse testosterone behind it. Whenever a woman does it, it's just like you're trying, you're just trying to do it just for the sake of doing it. And also, they miss late. When I see them missing layups, it's ridiculous. So it's just kind of like, nah. The NBA is raking in more money every year, and you can't even generate your own revenue of customers, profit every year that these women are like on the court, like, so it will never be the same amount that the NBA does. And like I said, because the NBA is more marketable. Let's just keep it a being. And I'll say this: had Kobe Bryant probably still been alive, shout out to the Black Mamba, who was an advocate of women's basketball. Maybe he could, like I said, he was all about improving. He was all about trying to make women to get some skill sets to where the point to where they could be entertaining to watch. We'll get there. But he never. But that was a dream he never got a chance to really fully realize. So that's why they're kind of like stuck where they're at right now, unless because one of his daughters was a basketball player. Wanted to be exactly one of them. So, and that's kind of like it's kind of like how they're like stuck in this rut right now, and I think they'll probably continue to be stuck in it until probably till the end of time, until something changes. And I'm not saying, and guys, I'm not gonna bring this up because that would be grotesque if they did that. And I'm like, yeah. Let's just say it involves something around of adding testosterone, which I wouldn't be around. and that wouldn't be cool. So yeah. Thanks for lending me the mic, Conrad. I appreciate it.
No, for sure. Like, hey, I agree with everything you said, and like the thing, you know what? I think this is where y'all see with me. Rush, I'm gonna pass it to you, and then we just go down the line, stand, and then jerk, and then we move on to the next one. I remember there was this one time I'm playing at an open gym, just pick up, and there's this girl, college, and she just breaking down her defender. But I know her defender is not really like, he's not playing defense, right? Because again, it's like he's not trying to squash her. But me, I'm fuming because she's just giving him the little shimmy, and he's letting her pass her, and then she's pulling from the 3-point line, and she's not missing. So I'm on the block, guard my guy. He ain't scoring nothing. Everybody else is locked down except for her. So I look at him. I say, yo, dude, either play defense or get off the court because she's not that good. She goes, excuse me? I said, get off the court. I said, for my man to play defense on you, or he needs to get off the court because you're not that good. She's like, yeah, step up. So the thing is as a good defender, if anybody's ever played basketball, you know how to goat people into doing Angel Reese stupid stuff. She's not dumb, but we just understand where a guy would go with this. So I rush up. Oh yeah. We're gonna get to that because this is what I got questioned in the news about today. Vaughn, thank you for bringing that up. Vaughn said,
Conrad insulting us. Do we ever play basketball? They call me Jesus Shuttleworth. But back to your story, Conrad.
I don't know. Yeah, we've never talked about everybody's athletic endeavors. Jesus Shuttlesworth.
Isn't that Ray Allen?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, remember that movie he got game?
Yep. Which those shoes are dropping next year, but you know what I mean? That's neither here nor there. Anyways, long story short, I run up on defense and I get her to make one step off the line, and she immediately starts to go drive. I was like, boom, gotcha. I got action. I cut through, block that. I was like, go back over there. My boy looks at me. He's like, yo, dude, why did you do that to her? I'm like, I have no intention to lose. And if this is, and I'm like, we all about equality and fairness. I'm going to acknowledge that she's good enough to cross him. I'm also going to acknowledge that she's also good enough to be on this court. I'm also good enough to block her every time she tries to drive in this lane. And that's exactly what's going to happen. So now, we get the ball, we steal it. I'm at the top. I say, yo, give me the ball. Because again, the guy that was at the top was Mr. I'm going to let her play defense on me. I'm not trying to teach nobody nothing. I'm sorry. I'm not your teacher. I'm not your trainer. I'm not your boyfriend. I'm not your brother. I'm not your cousin. I'm not nothing. I'm a regular guy that doesn't know you, and I don't like losing. My testosterone is in full check, and somebody's got to lose, and it ain't going to be me. I get the ball. I do my little first step, and I look at her, and I said, stop running. She said, no. So I dunked on her. And I don't care. I was like, that's your fault. I told you to stop running while I was in mid-stride. You said no. It's equal crosses for equal dunks. Hold this dunk. Now, get back to the top again. I said, are we going to do this again, or are you going to move? She's like, I'm going to lock you down. Okay. Again, young Conrad. I got a 40-inch vertical. I don't know where you don't want me to take off from, but you're going to hold this poster. Now, this time she was able to move. She stepped out the way, and I was boomed. I walked back, and I looked at her. I said, this is going to continue every time I get the ball. Finally, my boy said, okay, that's enough. We're going to switch up the teams because this is just not fair. You just keep dunking on her for no reason. I'm like, I'm not dunking on her for no reason. I dunked on her for the same reason I would dunk on you. She's on the court. You're on the court. Everybody can get it. I'm not discriminating. Everybody can get it. So I think what should happen, and I'm just going to propose this, and everybody say your channels one by one, because when this happens, I want money and residuals. NBA, WNBA, we want residuals off of this, okay? And everybody's going to go through and we're going to say our channels. We need to see a all-star game with the men and the women on the court, full rules. And I don't want to see nobody pulling no punches. I want somebody to jump out. I need to see somebody take off from the foul line. I need to see somebody come up behind the back, rock the cradle. Everybody just play defense, play hard, get Caitlin Clark, let her do her pop, 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 and pull from three and just let the chips fall where they may. I guarantee that the WNBA would be rich for life.
You said
what do y'all
men
think?
versus women?
Yeah.
Dunk, he said dunk from the foul line.
Hey, and we're gonna go into this in the topic for about 20 to 30 minutes, but they don't need us, right? We're replaceable, right? We're optional, right? So optionally take this poster, optionally take this cross, optionally tape up your ankles, optionally take this block, optionally get back down from half court all the way to in the restricted area of the paint, and I'm a Shaq poster you. Do you know the one where he dunked and pushed Greg Ostertag? That one. Ha! Hold this. No, I'm not joking. I'm joking. We're not going
NBA caliber.
Yeah, man. Of course, and everything is regulation.
Hell no. The only way like it would be fair is if they got like dudes.
I'm not asking
that are
for
in
fairness.
their 40s. That
I'm
got
asking
cut from
for
like
gender equality. I don't care nothing about no fairness. I'm asking for gender equality.
They need dudes out there that like got cut from the high school team back in like 1950s. They're in their 40s. They got beer guts. That would be even then. I think that'd be a
Rush. Could you agree with me, bro? I feel like we need to have this, bro. We need to set them up to be rich.
It can happen.
Yo, honestly, if they did something like that, that will save the WNBA. Like, I would pay to see. I would personally fly out to wherever they at and be there courtside watching that. I want
Jay, imagine
so much trash.
Y'all crazy. Why would you?
No. Jerk, you're not seeing the bigger picture, bro. Imagine it's a 3-man break, right? There's a 3-man weave, and we got a 2-on-3 press. And all you see is, remember, I don't know if anybody play video games. You see NBA Street. Just you see somebody do a bounce from half court, bomb. You see a next man catch it in the air, put it between his legs, throw it off the backboard, bomb. And then you just see a next man as she's trying to reach for it because she has no awareness of space and time. And I'm not saying that she couldn't block it, but I'm just saying you got to picture this, right?
Mm-mm.
Picture it's Angel Reese. Okay, he goes to try and grab the ball, and she doesn't see that my man Shea Gilgeous-Alexander just came up and just boom, take that out of her hand and just, boom. And it's one of those posters where you gotta hug the person because if you hit them, they'll drop and break their back. So you're trying to save them, but you gotta hug them and bring them into the poster like that Vince Carter and Alonzo Mourning poster, and you go.
This would be
give her that Dragon Ball Z, you know what I mean? That would be telling me that wouldn't save money. You know how much money she would make from that poster? Everybody would be asking her to sign that.
No,
look at Stat's face.
I'm gonna say this. SJ, when you say fairness, okay, here's the fairness. I'm gonna go WWE on it. We're going to mix it up. It's gonna be 6 players, 3 women, a team, 6-man team. On each team, 3 women, 3 men. And that's
you see, here's the problem. Because Dylan Brooks is going to make one of those teams, and you're going to be the captain that pays for that because you're going to be like, yo, Angel, slide over, take that defense, slide. And it's going to be too late, and she's going to have somebody rocking the cradle on the top of her weave. It's not going to work out that way, man. Mix up the teams. Mix up the teams.
But see,
because you know what you see? Somebody's going to give Caitlin Clark a boost up and let her jump from give her that boost and let her jump. And she's going to poster the no snot out of Angel Reese.
I'm going to say this, right? I'm careful about giving advice to WNBA because I've seen so many people give them ideas and advice, and each time it's been shut down. So if it takes something this crucial to threaten the existence, then maybe somebody will listen. That's number one.
Listen,
Number 2.
I'm telling you, if they're running a full break. Picture this now. Okay, let's flip it the other script, right? They're running a fast break. You got Angel Reese pushing the ball. Caitlin Clark's on her side. My girl from the Aces, Asia Wilson, is on the other side. And yo, you just see one of them drop down on all fours, and the next girl steps off her back and posters one of the guys. You not gonna, that's not gonna make no money? You telling me that's not gonna make no money?
What I see in that is that Shaq just come over and just put his hand up and block.
Stop this. Shaq is on Angel Reese's team. Shaq might be the one who who runs on the court in a wig and bends on all fours and lets her
like
step off his back.
So Shaq gonna be like Joanna Man, the movie that you can find on Tubi. But
shout out to Tubi.
But I'm just gonna say this. I think like what we're looking at now, I just sent you a clip. You want to play it because like it's so you can see it. There's also something else that's going on. A lot of colleges are dropping the low performance sports. So are we even going to have a next generation of players to even make it to the WNBA?
Yeah, they will right now. Right now, there's a girl in there, Juju Watson. Yo, she's a problem. Like if she had some height to her, like God forbid, with the way she moves right now, picture a female Allen Iverson with the ferocity of a Kobe or a Michael.
I'm
she clean
this,
like that.
But I need Jay help.
She clean like that.
Jay, I need you to be in here real quick. I got a question.
What's up?
Is it legal? And also Conrad and SJ. Like I just want to know, is it legal? I'm not going to say the name of this country. Where they're getting some kind of, assistance in the scientific field that help their kids become giants from Robotech, anime. Is that if that's legal yet in America?
No.
You use too much code words. What are you talking about? Trannies?
No.
We're not talking about. We can't. He's right. We can't mention the country name over here. Like when we get monetized, and I got some lawyer backage. That's a different story. We're not gonna mention their names right now.
Yeah, I'm speaking in code for a purpose.
No, it's a fair question. It's a good question.
I know what he meant. I know what he meant when he said it. That's why I said.
Yeah. No, that's not gonna happen. Okay, so we Rush. She's a clown.
I'm sorry.
She Delulu.
Oh yeah, she's definitely a clown and delusional, man. Like, come on, man. The NBA don't even that one player makes way more than the whole entire league itself. You know what I mean? Remember,
and it's the bottom feeder
NBA
player too.
It. This is 10 million. That's it.
Think about this. Bronny James made more than the WNBA.
Yeah, that's crazy.
The whole league?
Oh, I gotta talk about that too.
The whole league, not
bro. Bronny James' contract right now is guaranteed for about $4 million. Right? The WNBA didn't even crack out of their negative $40 million for last year. Bronny James, his contract is worth more than the WNBA right now.
Wow.
That is crazy.
Take that in.
And let's not forget,
this is why I say
the NBA donated a certain dollar amount to the WNBA so they could keep afloat.
Every year. So think about it. The same men that they say is trash and that they don't need. We got Toronto in the house. Yo, if you guys don't, that is literally Toronto slang. If you guys ever hear me say that to it's a Toronto man that is on the live stream. When you hear me say is okay? I'll just let you guys know that from now. You see me, I said, and Stanley knows walk on right now. We got my boy Rizard in our building. You see me, I said, if you don't know where I'm there, my God, Rizard me out. Yo, you have to make sure I have your link next time in the doggy. Make sure I have your link next time so I can make sure the man them support your channel. The man funny to blurt me. Yo, the man funny. When I say the man funny, yo, dog, the man funny. The man take Jamaican skits to a different level than Canada. You know, so my lad, yo, big up yourself. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Trust me. Yo, more times y'all keep me a laugh off at people at work time still, you know. All right, cool. All right, back to it now. Let me just switch up. Okay, so she's delusional. That's a consensus. We don't even need to talk about her no
Absolutely.
more. All
But
right,
here's
cool. We
something.
keep it
Wait,
going.
real quick.
Uh
Real quick. I just want to say this. Like March is March Madness, right? I
yeah,
think like organizational wise, they're pushing it where they was trying to do brackets, and I'm like, yo, for the college teams, this is what we do, brackets. But to try to
yeah.
put the WNBA in brackets in March, I'm like, yo, like, what are we doing? Like, you're trying to force something on people that's not going to work. And I'm going to go back to WWE before it became WWF, right? Like, remember they trying to force us to watch
You
women's
mean other way
basketball?
around? WWF before it became
Oh,
WWE.
oh, okay. Thank you. But you remember they
Yeah,
trying to
yeah. Go ahead.
force us into it? And they
Yeah,
took something like Glow to come around, which had like the women with more personality for people to even watch it because it was something different.
yeah.
I, and they had to follow some kind of directions, right? And when they stopped with Glow, it went back down. So again, like if somebody's giving you suggestions, I think sometimes it's best to go ahead and just listen.
Take it. Yeah.
They need to
Well,
just
no,
shut
but
that shit down. Honestly,
Ah!
we got to be, man.
Yo, sophisticated.
It's a bad business product.
My man said, "Shut him down,
It's got to be subsidized every year,
bro,
yeah, shut it
bro."
down.
Imagine all of us, yo. We pulled in money. You know, what I mean, tens of millions of dollars to run this league, and we can't even get $5 million in profit back. Like that's wild.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Like
Especially
it's
when you made
zero
that
zero zero.
comparison to Bronny, like his salary to the whole what they made, by
Yeah,
then. So yeah, nah, wrap it up. Nice little experiment. Like I said, unless you're gonna put guys that got cut from the high school team on there, that's the only way it'll work out. You can't a
Quick question.
co-ed team with some washed up dudes out there.
Quick
and Wagwan.
question. The Big Three league. Does they making? Are they making money? Are they making money?
Yeah, they making money. I think they're profitable.
No, they're not making money.
Oh,
Oh,
they're
they're
I
not.
not.
just
Dang,
checked
okay.
it. They're
Okay.
making money because they don't have WNBA or NBA overhead. They have overhead, but the person who, because she's still an active player, I can't remember what team she's on or her name, but the player that started that league so they could make money in the off season, they're
Mhm.
making money, but they're not making like substantial money. They're not put it again, they're not making Bronny James money. So my question is if you're not making Bronny James money and his contract is guaranteed 4.4 mil, why are you doing this? Why aren't
The
you
love of
reaching
the
out to the
game.
men?
The love of the game.
Okay, love the game, but I don't have to televise it. There's open runs at Rico Hines at the UCLA gym. And
Oh,
all you see is little 4 or 5 minute, 10-minute YouTube clips on that. They could do that. It doesn't need to take up a whole advertising and building and jerseys and press conference and all this garbage if you're not making LeBron. If I'm a woman
mm-hmm.
and I'm in the WNBA or I'm in the Unrivaled League and I'm not making Bronny James money.
Mm-hmm.
Bronny James is making top G League money. He's making I'm on the bench on any NBA team money. If I'm not making Bronny James money, I agree. We need to shut it down. I'm sorry. Because you're playing with my time. Think about this. The WNBA executive and CEOs make more than the women players. And the women are cities trying to fight the men, saying it's the men's fault that the WNBA doesn't make money. But your own female executives who make more than you, double what you make as a player. And you want to take time out of your schedule to say it's the men's fault because we're not advertising for you or we're not lobbying for you.
Yeah, they're starting to bring negative press. That's why I'll shut it down. I'm like, you know what, man, y'all making it into some like gender stuff, and we're actually subsidizing y'all. So I would shut it down if I was.
Yeah. No,
NBA.
like I want to see what's going to happen because Angel Reese is trying to convince all these goofy other ones to sit there and do a lockout. Go ahead, do a lockout for all I care. do a lockout, because the thing is you're not. This is my whole point. And for the ladies that sit there, 30% that support this channel, we don't disrespect y'all. We love y'all. We lift you up even when you're not in the building, because y'all shadow watching most of the time, and I appreciate that, because you're driving up the stats, and I appreciate you making us relevant in the women's algorithm. But if you think you're going to come over to this platform and disrespect any man while I'm making sure that the men don't disrespect you, and you think you got a green light to do it, I think you've already seen within the first 2 episodes of this year how I deal with platform disrespect. I don't give chances. I give you a warning, and your warning is still a jail sentence. So, ladies, we're gonna talk about this very shortly. But don't think you can disrespect men and keep the disrespect going, and you're just going to have us always at your beck and call. Because you know what that's going to limit women to being protected? Mothers, daughters, nieces, goddaughters, grandmothers, wife. If you don't fall into any one of those 6 categories as women, you get decorum, which is good morning, good night. You're about to fall. I might help you. But if you look Karen crazy, I'm going to let you fall, because I don't have time to be taking any charges for you. The disrespect towards men that are looking out for you. What's the NBA player's name? Kyrie Irving donated 2 years ago over $1 million to the WNBA. Not one of them turned around and said thank you. That stupid goof that tried to sink Jason Whitlock, Emmanuel Ochinono, or whatever his last name is, he sat there as advocating for these women and sitting there on TikTok about go watch WNBA games, buy their jerseys, buy their tickets, even if you're not going to show up. Do it. And yet still you guys turn around and disrespect men. And then you have these goofy little girls who ain't accomplished nothing in life. She can't write a Bill of Rights. She can't show up to the Model UN Nation. She can't show up to the street and put a soapbox down, because the girl doesn't have 2 brain cells to rub together to understand she's in one of the best countries in the whole entire world and afforded civil rights that most people can't have. She has more rights than dogs, humans, and everybody else put together. And she thinks you're going to sit there and disrespect men that is giving up $1 million+ of their own money to support your failing league, because y'all don't know how to make a layup and go practice all year round and get your body in shape. I said it to Vivica, and I'm going to say it to you, Angel Reese, if you're listening, and I hope somebody tags you in this. You need to get your mind right, and don't be sitting there listening to your mother saying, oh, it's okay to miss layups. It is not okay to miss layups. Better women than you have tried and failed. Get your ish together. For everything that is God, get it together. I land my plane. I don't know what's going on with this brother, but every time this brother goes and takes a picture with this woman, he's always looking scared. Can y'all see his face? Every time this guy's in public with her since they've been together, this guy just looks scared.
He's about to get married.
They already married.
He's about to get married to her.
They already married.
Oh, then he's trapped in the marriage.
But he chose her. Yo, I'll lob it to you fellas. I'm done. I'm done.
Yeah, let me just say this. Dude, if you, like I said, you willingly picked that, nobody blackmailed you, and also she's the only one to help you during that, I guess you could say, incident with your former significant other. If you look scared while you if you look scared while you're taking a picture or some shit, then I mean that's a you problem. I wouldn't say her; it's a you problem. And because the thing is, catches can't be getting off. Well. You're grown ass men now, bro. Like you got more money. You have more money than most. You can get medical help, therapist, whatever, bro. Keep that shit secret. Be my guest, but you got the money for that now, dude. So there's some stuff that you need to work out before getting married or whatever. Then you should do that. Or I'll say this: it should have been done before you even got to this point. Because I've always said this before, dude. This could all have been avoided if you just did such and such, but you ignored it, and then got like yourself. Now you're too nervous to say to crack a joke or whatever or thing on camera. But me, I'm the opposite of him. I just don't like pictures all the time. So that's what I got to say on it.
I don't think he's scared. I just think he's nervous, man. Because y'all got to keep in mind, he had a white chick before. So you could have came out with some corduroy pants and an Old Navy shirt with a white chick, and he would have been straight. So, like, the pressure that's on him when he's got to step out and dress fly and stuff, he's probably like, damn, she probably thinks I look goofy. So that's what it is, man. That's why he's, like, nervous, man. It's that
what is that
pressure being with a sister and stuff. What was that?
Yeah, what is that on his head? I'm sorry. I mean,
it's a beret. It's a beret.
See, so she
French
probably was
beret.
like, hey, man, you look goofy as hell with that hat on. But see, the white chick was like probably gassing him up like, oh, man, that hat is amazing. So that's what I'm saying. He's confused. He's got a confusion on his face. He's like, I don't know if the sister's going to like this.
They were getting busy. She was like, put the beret on.
Dude, I actually don't know what that hat. I know you say it's like a beret or some shit, but I'm like, bro, I don't know if it's the wallpaper or not, but maybe it's convincing me that his sides, like the flat part, is longer than what it is. What it looks like.
No. Trust me, if I put up the original picture, it's the same thing, bro. It's the same thing. Trust me, it's the same thing.
It's the same thing.
It's the same
I'm telling
thing.
you, it's just that looking nervous. He's just like, man, I hope I'm doing this right. So it's just that added pressure, man. He's with a sister that got style, so he's nervous, man. He's used to being with the Snow Bunny. That's what it is. He's like, shit. Everybody's watching this.
Vaughn said his face saying hell.
Yeah, Vaughn, that sounds right. Vaughn.
You know what?
You picked him, brother. There ain't no help.
You know, he just reminds me of Omar L. There's a lot of black actors that have that cry face, resting face.
That cry face that I just got whooped from my mama.
You know,
Yo, he really looked like old school whoopings, don't he? He looked like he got whooped and they just left the house. And she was like, you better suck up them tears. I don't want to see no tears. And he would get out the car. He was like, yeah, the hyperventilating.
Same thing with my Epps. Like, he always have that face where it's just his face. So even before, like when he was a white woman, he always looked like that. Like, yo, like, why you look like you was born during
Nah, man. He looked happy until he did that 100-meter dash. I saw that video. I was like, run, Forrest, run, bro. Like, this is just a kind of question, and then we're gonna quickly move on from here. As you know, we have the Grifters Anonymous. We want to thank all of them for their participation over the years in ruining relationship content on YouTube and relationships at public everywhere. We want to give to our principal of Grifters Anonymous and the dean of the school, Derek Grifter Jackson, and then his vice principal. We got Vice Principal Priscilla. We've got the head of the Teachers Association of Grifters Anonymous, Samantha Lee, former Gibson, and then we got honorary nominee in Pearl Davis. You know, she's talking about men's plight, even though she couldn't hold a boyfriend to save her life. And then there's Yada Awakening, who had an awakening and cut off his dreads, and now this is him telling women to charge $50,000 a month just for being dated. And then we got Ace Metaphor. Yes, the man who decided to form panels and sleep with everybody and have used the Jehovah's Witness to masquerade his fidelities, or however you want to put it. So yeah, Grifters Anonymous. Is there anybody that we should add into this? I was thinking about not MTR cool. What's that other boy? Cooley. No Fugazi. I was thinking about it because, you know, he was sitting there, but like, oh, men should never be with single mothers, and single mothers are recreational use only. But he married a single mom.
And he also he made one, so he 2 for 2, right? I think we.
He 2 for 2. Yeah, so
we put him for guidance counselor.
Yeah, and I don't understand that logic, and maybe it's because I'm a person that I try to be.
But Conrad, he's an exception to the rule. There's nothing
no, he's not.
about it. No, he says it. He's the exception to the rule.
Yeah, he says a lot of things. He could tell me that he took black boxers and washed them white with soap, and try to make that legitimate. Like, it doesn't mean I'm gonna believe it though. Like,
but I wouldn't put him in this group though. He's in a different category. Yeah, I would have put him in grifter. Because some of the stuff he says makes sense, except for that piece. Like that's where he slipped up. He should have been more honest with that. But yeah, he don't belong with Ace Metaphor and Derek Jackson.
You did not say metaphor.
Yo,
Wow.
we need to trademark that. We need to trademark that. We need to start
Oh.
getting residuals on that. I'm sorry. We need to get residuals on that. Ace, you know what? If you see this man, I thought, like, you know what's funny? I noticed something. Every time I start to support somebody, something bad happens to them. Like when Tupac and Biggie were alive, I had never listened to rap a day in my life short of a movie scene or a movie clip, right? Never listened to rap a day in my life. Then the year before both Biggie and Tupac died, I started listening to rap, and I was like, Biggie and Tupac were my boys. I wasn't really down with the whole East Coast, West Coast thing, and because I'm an intellectual, I was able to see through that. I mean, I had already, Stan might know this most of all. Well, I think all of us anyways. You always have them OGs on the block that put you on game, get you reading certain books, open up your mind to certain things. And so, like, a lot of the OGs I had, they had me reading books about the Illuminati and different things and control on the media and that stuff. So I was already aware. Huh?
That what yours gave you? Mine's gave me Iceberg Slim.
Oh, jeez. Yeah, they weren't playing with you. Jesus. But yeah, like I don't know how he could mess up a business like that. I mean, I do know, because right, every man is drawn away out of his own lust. It is what it is, right? And then make it worse if you have traumas that are built into those lusts as well. Then you're in a cesspool that's almost never ending until you address you. You can't address other people to address you. You address you. So I agree with that. I was just kind of trying to be funny about the whole No Fugazi thing. I don't really care about him. This kind of leads into a different topic where I have an expectation that as a content creator, YouTuber, it doesn't matter what we're doing, we gotta move with integrity and like sophisticated. We've had these conversations with Paulo and Will and Damien and Manic and Joe, where we've all agreed that one of the pillars of being a man in general is to be integral, regardless of who's around you and what they got to do, because at the end of the day, what another man is going to do should not break or make the contents and the integrity of your own word. And so that's just kind of how I looked at him, right? And
nah, I agree with you.
I don't know.
Put him in there. Put him in the box.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Put him in the box.
He belongs now. Yeah, no, you're right. Consistency, man. I agree with you.
What are you saying, Stan?
I got to put Fugazi as the guidance counselor because that's his behavior. Seriously, because while you could point out, like, he's like that guidance counselor that says you need to go to college, but they didn't go to college, but they going to tell you what you need to do with your life, and that's what he's been doing. So I have to give him the guidance counselor.
No, facts. Rush, what do you think about that in terms of just content creators having integrity? And we gonna segue and close up the one hitter quitter just now. But Rush, what do you think about that? Content creators having integrity.
Oh, do these particular content creators have integrity at all?
No, these ones don't have any. They don't have any at all.
Right. Oh, as far in general.
Yeah.
Like in general?
Yeah, like in general, like is like, again, like especially where we come from and where you come from, Jay, all of us, right? Like to a certain degree, even M3, Mr. Best, the list goes down, right? And even Bolo has said this at various points where we can't expect to be a leader of many, and we can't even be the leader of one to ourselves. Because if I'm not accountable to me, how can I be accountable to any of you? And so for these guys, especially No Fugazi sitting there, it is, in my opinion, it is counterproductive to your message to sit there and say, don't steal, but I'm an active stealer. I'm actively stealing, or I just stopped stealing 2 days ago. Like, I might not, I can tell you that, yeah, it's not good for your life because it's going to have impacts, but I can't stand on this moral high ground as if this is not my recent history. Whereas he presented it in a way that made it seem that he is completely devoid of the information that he's saying, because as sophisticated say, he's the exception to the rule.
Yeah. He'll present it this way: I can still break the law because that's for me. But for you, you have to stay in this box and obey the law because I'm the exception to the rule. And
Well, my thoughts on that, and I'm going to be completely honest about it, it's a money grab. You know, there's an image that you got to uphold to sell your product, which is the information that he's selling to his community to make money to take care of his family. And a lot of these drifters, that's what they're about. They want to tap into the algorithm where they could accumulate a certain dollar amount, and to take that money and supplement their lifestyle with that income. You know what I mean? And it's a money grab, man. Like if you're a guy that's promoting this red pill stuff and it's getting you them clicks, them views, and allowing your channel to become monetized, then you're gonna hold on to that lie and sell it as much as you can. Know what I mean? Just like that episode from The Wire when they found out Stringer wasn't bodied by Marlo, but his mans lined him up to get bodied, which was Avon, because he bodied his nephew. Know what I mean?
Yep.
So what Slim said, you live by that lie. We gonna hold on to that lie.
Exactly.
It'll throw everything off. Know what I mean? And that's the same situation right there with these drifters. Know what I mean?
No. No. I feel that. Jay, what do you think about it, Jay? If he's not there, I'll come back to him.
Oh, no, I'm here.
Okay, you here? Yeah. What do you think about that? Content creators and being accountable and integral to the message of their platform.
I think I'll say this: if they're leading with what they've been saying, they should stick by that code and set the example and be what you are stating yourself. What other people should be. You should be follow your own rules, follow your own morals, your own guidebook, follow it to the T. So also that people know that the narrative you're pushing is something that can be followed. Especially, let's say this, if you have a book of it, and also if you have other cats in your group or stables in your horses, as I like to say, who also do the same thing, it just you come off as a more credible source and and a good person as well, because these are quote unquote the stables you use which you built your self as a content creator on. Now just don't just idly pass by what you did and then do something else that kind of like goes against the grain of what you said.
No, that's facts. And y'all, I'm about to switch cameras, so if you guys for any reason feel to come off cam, that's completely fine. I'm not stressing about that over here. Yeah, man, and I skipped out the rest of the one hitter quitter because we'll visit it another time. Like, we hit 15,000 views. I'm grateful to all the supporters. I'm grateful to you guys. I pay much homage to you guys always, because if I didn't have you brothers, even some of the ones that I don't really connect with anymore, if it wasn't for you brothers, I don't know if I would still be up here, or if I would have even been able to be exposed and meet you all, brothers, and been exposed to everybody else. So thank you all for all of your support, to the followers, to the 30% of women, to the 60% of India that supports us, to the UK, everywhere, US, especially US to Canada. This is where we're home, and I'm, part of me, y'all don't shoot me. I'm not really big on political debates, but y'all can't really debate me or convince me otherwise. I mean, I'm down to become the 51st state, man. I want my discount on Jordans. I want my discount on gas. I want my discount. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? I would love to hear as much. You know what I mean? As much as I'm married, I would love to introduce some good brothers up here to. Actually, no, I'm gonna tell you that. Anyways, I digress.
Right there. I was about to be like, you about to ruin them brothers' lives up there.
Stop. Oh man. Well, at this juncture, for the last, I guess, 20 minutes. I didn't expect that we would go this long, but you know what? This is what happens when you're having good brothers and you're having a good time. For those that are viewing this, if you choose to support the platform in any way, shape, or form outside of our supporters, and again, it's Shannon Co. Enterprises. Salute to y'all. Omega Event Rentals. Salute to y'all for consistently being the companies that really actually help us to grow and believe in us and what we're going to do going forward. And we thank you time and time again for your support. Hold on, we got some comments in the building. Okay, got it. Vaughn's got to go. Vaughn, don't worry. I'm going to be tapping in with you guys over there once we're done. Oh, yes. Okay, yeah, let's well, actually, we're going to get into this in a bit, actually, right now. As he puts it up, because Vaughn wanted to talk about see what our opinions were on the tariffs. Now, being Canadian, I think the tariffs are a good thing, right? And somebody would say, "Well, you got American tariffs on you," and rightly so, we do. But here's the thing that I think I'm glad Trump is not a politician, and I think people forget about is that. That's Jerk. Thanks for pulling me up. Okay, Jerk, don't worry. Salute to you, brother. Be safe out there. I think the thing that people forget is there's a cost to doing business, right? And that in that cost of doing business, no matter how the tariffs go, the one thing that I will agree on a business level is if I'm going to use your service, if you give me a discount, that's completely fine, but I shouldn't abuse that discount. And likewise, I expect you not to abuse that discount, but it's also up to me to keep my discount in check. So I can't sit there and blame somebody else if I'm not keeping my discount in check. And so I agree with the tariffs because it makes people have to come to the table and start having a negotiation, start having a talk. Yo, I'm going to toss this up to you guys, how you feel about the tariffs and what your opinions are on it. I'm going to just switch cameras right quick, and I'll be right back.
Jay, you want to go first? Then Rush and
what do y'all think about that?
Now you got Rush can go before me. I didn't tell him to marinate this.
You want to go last? I'll go after Rush. Rush, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll go last.
Yeah, my thoughts on the tariffs, it's going to be a positive ripple effect towards the American people because they're getting ready to get rid of the taxes. I did some reading today. If you make less than $150,000 a year, you don't have to pay taxes at all, which means more money in your pockets. Now, you know, by the tariffs coming in like that, instead of having the IRS, it's going to be the ERS. So, which means like these tariffs will be a positive ripple effect, causing them to pay for the taxes, you know, quote unquote. So that's my thoughts on it, man. I think it's a good thing, and you know, I guess Trump making America great again, man. Know what I mean?
Okay, I'm going to say this in the nicest way as possible. Who is this man and what is he doing? Number one. Number two, I think there needs to be a breakdown of what's happening because too many things is happening at once. And it's like you're slimming down the government. There's no proof of why you're doing it. Everything's happening too quick. I don't believe that people understand what tariff is because all people know is I need money to get my Starbucks and my Amazon. And you prevented me from getting that. And now people thinking that it's back to the year 2020 and they're looking for stimulus checks and unlimited unemployment. So I really need like people to go ahead and break down how government works, break down how economy works, because this generation is cooked. People just don't know how things are working, and all people's going around acting like parrots. They're repeating what other people are saying, but they don't know how it's actually affecting them. So we really need to slow down a little bit and explain, because that's an education that everybody should at least get a hold of. All right, Jay, it's all you.
I mean, nothing really else I can add to what you just said. I really agree. You know, you had, like I said, there's so many policies that that are put in place for certain things, and you know, you got to be aware of it and not like be ignorant. or I guess blind, be a blind leading the blind in general. But all I can say is that it's Trump, and as long like I said, if he's doing something, it's just it's always what's wrong with that. I appreciate it. It's always met with like either some negativity, but that's kind of like the reputation he's garnered, at least from different sides that I've like tend to notice. But like I said, we really gotta just learn these. Like I said, learn the states, learn the courts, learn the policies, and then also know if it's gonna benefit us in the long run. So that's just something I said.
Yeah, no, I agree with what everybody's saying, and it's funny. It's funny that y'all mentioned the education piece. Stan says that, and because. And then this might even show maybe the decline of school. Like, I don't know how everybody's age up here. I turned 40 last December. And when I was in school, I'm just talking about high school, we had to take history and a civics course. And between history and civics, you had to learn the history of government and politics, especially where legislation comes in. And bills and chartered rights and all of that comes in. So like you couldn't, at my time, I couldn't afford to go through school not understanding this. And they actually mixed that in with history because they broke down how the governmental powers were agreed upon between the most sovereign nations. Right. So when you're talking about that now, it was just like, and I'm looking at these times and like even some people I'll talk to, like even at work, and they'll be like, oh, like, but you don't know that. And I'll be like, okay, you're not that much younger than me. You should have learned that in school. So like now my question is like, as Jay was saying, what were you paying attention to? What were you listening to?
Conrad,
Did you just copy somebody's work, or did you didn't retain it? Huh?
We have a policy, Conrad, of no child left behind. And what that means is you can graduate no matter what the cost. And we have one woman, she's still in her high school because she's 22 and don't know how to read or do math. And she's in college.
Nah, man, I can't get behind a system like that.
Here's something else that's important, right?
Or lack thereof.
Are you Caribbean? Or you have Caribbean heritage by any chance, Jay?
Me, I don't have. I have Native American in my family, actually.
Okay, so I'm not gonna say who, but 3 out of 4 of us have some form of Caribbean heritage. It don't come for us, but we're Americanized from the Americas.
Okay.
But a lot of time, our parents had us read world news and world history. So when something happens, because long time ago, y'all, before anything was made in, we ain't gonna say name the country, a lot of things was made in countries below the Americas and below Mexico. And we used to get them at the flea markets. So it was common to see, I remember one time my brother had a bootleg My Buddy. He was black with freckles and a Jerry curl. But it was a bootleg version. But, we got it because my parents not paying no taxes. You know what I'm saying? If you got a pet from the flea market, that's where we got a lot of invasive species in Florida. Because them things were not cats. I'm like, that's not a kitten. I remember this on the Flintstones. That's not a kitten, Mom. Put that back. But that's why we got like all these weird stuff in Florida look like Jurassic Park. But we used to have all these products that came out over there from down there. And when we got rid of the factories and it moved somewhere else, it had an impact on those countries. But because we only think about only America, but we don't think when one thing happens here, it happens to another country. And here's another example too. I remember when one friend told me like, well, the Africans didn't care about the Americas and they just stayed in Africa. I'm like, guess what? When we're going through civil rights, right, the islands was going through their own thing. Look at Bob Marley and the corruption. Haiti had Papa Doc. Look what's going on in the Dominican Republic. Also in Africa, they had apartheid, other stuff. Like everything was happening at the same time. I believe a lot of times there's an injustice to where we don't see the climate, like how all the stuff's happening to everybody at the same time, and how it impacts everyone else, but we only think it's only happening to us. And that's the sad part about history. And we have to somehow get out of that and see how we impact the world, see how we were impacted by the world.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like when it comes to like certain history, like you know, the public schools, they don't expound on everything, you know.
Yeah,
And
but Roberto, but remember, like we had radio stations that taught us stuff. People in our neighborhoods, taught us things. And if you had cable, you had CNN, and what's the other one? C-SPAN. And you ask questions, because like having world politics in the family, we did talk about that a lot, right? Because what happened in Haiti
yeah,
and
yeah,
Dominican
right,
Republic, it affects, impacts us in the States.
right. Just like there's a strong potential that it's going to be a travel ban amongst, you know, the Haitians going to Haiti or whatever. That citizens, like, you won't be able to come back, you know.
Yes.
So that's pretty bad, you know. I mean, hopefully they're you know, find a different way of I don't know, keeping track on travelers that's coming back and forth from Haiti. But it's looking like they're gonna it's gonna be a travel ban, Haiti and Cuba. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And we all know why Cuba is, and we're not going, but people just got to read up on Cuba, because Cuba is kind of on the same team with another nation, and also another nation. They make up BRIC. And if you don't know what BRIC is, you have the most smartest thing on your hand right now. Is called a cell phone. So sometimes instead of just listening to music and also going on Pornhub, they have this thing called news. When you go on Google,
I
just
think
press on the
everybody
news.
should know what it is by now, though.
Are
Like,
we sure? Rush, these people nowadays, we there's moments I got blonde roots, and I admit I'm not the smartest thing under the sun, but it's not 24/7. There's some stuff I'm not smart in, I'll admit. But nowadays, people are 24/7 blondes from the 70s.
I will give people the benefit of the doubt, man. Come on, man.
I can't
Not
give them the
everybody's
benefit of
gonna
the
be a
doubt. Look
total
who
loss,
voted
you
in.
know.
Look who we voted in as a nation. We on PTSD again. It's been 5 weeks. It feels like it's been 10 years.
Yo, you ain't lying.
You. Y'all can hear me?
Yes, sir. What's up?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. No, I had to switch mics right quick, and let give my phone a rest for a minute.
No
But
problem.
yeah, no, like there's a lot people and I believe the general person has to be. Sorry, let me just get this comment up. The U.S. government has been wasting trillions. The budget has to be balanced, and it will be painful. I mean, this is what happens, and again, as Stan, like we've said it a couple times tonight, where it's just like overall, when you have a country that literally has the debt. Like there's a country, and we're gonna leave them out by name, so everybody's got to read between the scenes. Because what Brother Brishi just said. Here's the thing: the debt itself, that whole wasting trillions. Unfortunately, Canada's lumped into that, and that $1 trillion deficit, one country owns that debt. So this is why certain times when you see Trump trying to, in his way, get certain things done in his way and the way he does it, like I look at him like he's the average man. He's got an ignorant side. He'll say, hey, I'll apologize for my ignorance, but I still got my ignorance, and it is what it is, and you're just gonna have to deal with it. But this squeezing right now is going to be necessary. I would rather this squeeze now happen than to have our kids deal with it.
Well, I mean, it's inevitable.
Because we're still here to be able to no.
Here's
say
the
that
thing.
again.
No, I said it's inevitable. Your kids is going to deal with that deficit. Now, here's the thing with Trump. I think he's deliberately trying to conjure up the recession so that way everything can balance out from the $1 trillion debt that we have. Because if a recession come into play, that means all prices of everything is going to come down. You know what I mean? And it'll balance things out. Because if this doesn't happen, like the economy, man, it's
we gotta be honest though. Balancing
gonna be off
what?
the hinges, nigga.
But balancing what? You're breaking down infrastructure. There's a time to go ahead and allocate infrastructure. You've invested so much into other countries. You really haven't invested into your own. And that's the only thing I have. Like, we're doing all this trimming. Okay, fine. But where's that money going to? Because when you say we saving, it's not going to debt. You're taking that money into something else, to be honest. You're firing so many people. That infrastructure now is vulnerable. And also, it's very pathetic.
Yeah. We about to have a government
bills.
shutdown. That shit is around the corner.
And then we're going to try to privatize stuff. Like customer service is great right now with these companies. I'm just going to say this in all honesty, right? It's been 15 years, and a lot of these billionaires out here, y'all pathetic. And just like Green Arrow will say, you have failed this city. You actually failed this country because y'all have no connection with people are going through and you don't care. And what we have now is going to be a group of people. And I'm like, yo, what's going to happen to people who are rich and smart? Because now they're going to be targeted and bullied and people don't think they're villains. Because that's what it's looking like, right? When you don't have a compassion, you don't have an understanding, and you just going in just slicing stuff. Like, yo, like, what are you trying to do? Because you're not selling me on the vision, you're selling me on destruction. It's easy to point here, but you're not really making a cause. Do the things that's right, allocate, fix it, because you got 4 years to do it. It is what it is. But let's keep it real. When you firing people, then how people gonna buy stuff? We're still a communist country. This not communist. We're a capitalist country, and you gotta it's just not gonna work. If you really want things to even out and balance, why people rent is so high? Like nobody making the money in California or New Jersey.
But see, if a recession to play in the playbook, that rent will come down. But right now, everything's too high.
Who owns the property, Rush? It's corporations that's owning properties now. And that's it's leading us to someplace else that's not even the American dream. It is something else.
Well, it's far past. It's far reduced the American dream to almost an afterthought, and I'll say that from a Canadian perspective like this, right? When we talk about, and I'm gonna use this example to segue. When we talk about a Canadian coming over to United States, or an American coming over to Canada, or they're buying any type of goods, even from their own home, right? We usually say, okay, is that American or Canadian pricing? Okay, what it is, right? Here's the problem, and this is the problem Canada has, and it may be the same part of the same problem that United States has, and if it does, then there needs to just be a full reset. When you allow somebody to come over to your country and buy in their currency and own your land and your infrastructure in their currency, when they buy it wholesale, they take away the power or the revenue that building pushes back into your society. You know what I'm saying? So, example, if I buy a house and I pay for all of that house in Jamaican dollars, which ain't nothing, but I use Jamaican dollars to buy that house, and I buy it right out cash, and all you get from me is the property tax, sir. That's not really nothing. Because my property on within the municipality or the ward is not going to affect it the same way as me buying the house in an American currency, which has to be filtered in an American market. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So the problem is, if you go back to even using the example Bumpy Johnson in American Gangster, when he was trying to tell Denzel Washington about the aspect of trades and goods and where things are being built and sold from, the more you take out of your own country is the less you can filter back your money through your country or currency to double it up. Now, I've always been used to the American dollar being stronger than the Canadian dollar, but I've never had to regard outside of the British pound. I've never had to regard other countries. The problem is now Canada, we have to regard other countries because we have allowed migrants from other countries, even when they become landed citizens, they're still buying in their country's money, currency. And so again, we're now allowing, imagine somebody says, okay, I'm going to come and buy out the block. It's okay when you buy out the block in American money because that money has to come back through the block.
Yeah.
But when you buy that in the yen and you buy it outright, that money does not come back through the block because the property tax doesn't go back to the block. It goes to the government, and the government already has an outstanding bill. So you see what I'm saying? So whoever owns the debt, they're collecting the money. The problem is the countries that own the North American debt, which is in the 13 to 14 to 15 trillions of dollars.
Yeah.
They're also the same company buying up land. They're the same country buying up land wholesale while selling us products retail. So imagine this, right? And I'm going to use this lower base example. And we all are about to do a deal on consignment. And doing this deal on consignment, I say you stand to make, us three will make, say, $100,000 each, but we got to give up $5,000. That's not bad. Because collectively, we can say we pulled in $300,000. But when somebody turns around and says, okay, this pack is going to make $500,000, then you got to pay tax on the pack. And then I got to reshuffle that pack back to you at the money based on your hourly expenses and work done. And that's not coming back to you in your currency. It's basically like having a product that's stepped on. And if you look at the tariffs, that's what really Trump is getting at, in my opinion, is that we have products and we have an agreement, and I'm not trying to necessarily not step on my product for you, but I gave you a discount already.
Here's a question.
And so now, because we're allowing countries that are basically contractors and consultants, they're getting our money, stepping on it, or they're getting our product, stepping on it, and then filtering it back into us for a higher price than we can afford to even buy it back from. We can't even buy back our product because of the way it's been bought out. It's been bought out and stepped on and then repackaged back to us, and it's not in our currency. This is what Trump is really part of getting at with Canada. The United States don't have mind buying steel from us. But don't step on the product that you would have given to us at 50 cents on the dollar, and then say you're going to give us the same product, but really it's not the same because you're going to keep stepping on it a little bit more. And so the value of that product is 30 cents on the dollar, and you're charging me 60 cents on the dollar because you got a debt to pay. And that's the way you're going to do it. So now everybody's raising. That's why Trump said, the first thing we're going to do, if nobody's going to come to the table of negotiation, y'all going to have to pay 200% tariffs. Does he mean that? Probably, maybe not. But guess what? Everybody's talking now.
Yeah.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's the key point. That's the key point about this. It's let's talk about this. Come back to the table. Because if you can come back to the table and we can talk, then we can find a solution. And in Canada, we have different provinces, right? So just like you guys got states and you guys got governors, we got provinces and we got premiers. So my premier, which I'm so annoyed by the whole state of the prime minister of Canada and that whole mess up. But anyways, our premier said, yo, we need to get back to the table. We'll reset our tariffs to be the regular tariffs that we had before. And we need to get back to the table with Trump and have the conversation about what can we do to make sure that you're prosperous and I'm prosperous. Guess what Trump said in his first week? He said, I'm implementing these tariffs so that way if people want to come to the table and they want to talk with me, because I'm not going to sell America and let you guys step on America and then try to resell a stepped on America back to Americans in your dollar. You got to buy American at an American dollar rate.
Okay,
because I guarantee you.
Real quick, there's
Go
a
ahead.
part. One, for America, when we have American products, we can't look down on it and disdain and say it's America and it's low quality and we don't want it, and then we keep on sporting Gucci and all this other stuff. We got to stop doing that. Like, we really got to shift that, right? We're Americans.
But how do you do that though?
I'm just saying, like, we really got to get in that mindset and support our own products. I don't know how they're gonna do it, but this
is how they're gonna exactly do it. Mm-hmm. You're a foreign brand.
Mm-hmm.
You got to pay X amount of dollars if you want to ship your product over here, because again, now this is gonna have a massive impact even onto things like Nike, right? Because Nike is not it's an American corporated brand. It is not an American built brand.
Which leads to my next product, which leads to my second question, which leads to my next conversation, basically, right?
If you're not willing to tax the product the same way you're willing to tax the country of that holds that product.
Yes.
Right? So Louis Vuitton, as you mentioned it, Prada, even down when it comes to cars. You want your car over here, you want a Benz over here, you want a Beamer over here, you want a Bugatti over here, you want a Lambo over here, you want a Ferrari over here. You keep going down the line to your most basic domestic car, your most basic domestic brand. You want your brand over here on our open market, which is more powerful than your open market, which is why you sell it over here more than you sell it in your home country. Yeah. You got to pay extra load for that. I'm not helping you move your product. This is why, Frank, you see, again, and I hate to, I'm not trying to promote drug dealing or anything. I'm trying to reach and give it like a basic 1+1, right?
No, and you're not promoting drug dealing. This is like, even if you have a car, certain parts you have to get from other countries because you can't get it here. You have to get certain parts from.
Exactly. But you can't get it here. Why? Because we gave up land for housing instead of saying, okay, no, this is factory land. And Stan might not like driving 20 kilometers every day, 50 kilometers every day, 75 kilometers every day. You might have to
break down kilometers and transfer that to miles.
Well, okay, like say 20, 30, 40 miles, whatever, 100 miles, whatever you want to say, right?
Yeah.
Like whatever's going to take you, let's say, an hour worth of traveling time there. So 2 hours worth of traveling time every day, right? There and back. 1 hour there, 1 hour back. Let's say that. You might not want to travel, do that commute back and forth every day. Mm-hmm. But if it keeps the company in your home country, producing for your home country, to your home country, right? Mm-hmm. Now, the greater the demand for the product, then the demand is already there. And if we have the best market for buying stuff, then that means we have the most profitable ends for building that stuff. That means I don't actually need you. The problem is somewhere coming out of the 90s, both countries got lazy. And because there's a dictatorship over in some of these other countries where they can literally say, yo, y'all gonna work till you die, and I don't want to hear no complaining about it or else you're going to end up in jail. and you can't complain about who your governor, your government is, okay, you are going to do that. And we were like, oh, snap. Well, that's not our problem to deal with it, right? Enes Kanter, who's a former NBA player, brought this up about LeBron James and Nike. You say you're for the people. You say you're about hope. You say you're about love, but yet still your brand that you promote has sweatshops in multiple countries. It's not just the one country. It's multiple countries now. How can you support a brand like that? And we as North Americans and Canadians would look at it and say, well, that's not our problem. That's a them country problem. Well, if those countries know they couldn't supply us with that demand, or to have that, they had to foot the bill at 100%. You think those countries would still give us this, would still offer that same avenue to build the products? No, they would not.
Now, remember earlier when I said world news, world politics, and world history is all connected?
Yeah.
And because like people are not learning this in school and not learning it at home, because we learn it from home, because it impact our country and impact the people here, and also how things operate impact other relatives from other countries. We get it. But I'm glad you described it wonderfully, by the way. No, we're not going to be the 51st state. Stop it. Here's part two for me, right? Because I think the balance part, right? We've only looked at things. I realize just doing C-19 era, like the 2020.
I'm gonna answer this next. I'm gonna just let you guys know. I'm gonna answer this next, and I have a perfect answer for it. But go ahead.
I'm about to say, isn't Alaska the Canada of America? But
nope.
I didn't want to get you.
Alaska's just holding oil right now. Which that's I have a whole different complaint for
that. I realized after the C-19 when we couldn't even get cargo coming in from the ship, but the unbalanced part of it is that we given so much credit to technology, and it produced non-tangible goods, and non-tangible goods raise up the dollar to the point that nobody can catch up. So when I do see this other stuff where people got to understand tariff and everything else, because these are physical products, people cannot, I don't think people are correlated the two. Because people still looking at, I'm making money in a way where I don't have to touch or bother with people, and not think like, yo, if people don't work, they can't touch or buy things that that's non-tangible, because they're going to need tangible goods. And so I'm wondering, like, how do we get there? Because people still look at non-tangible as the only way of doing it. And I'm looking at, the market is changing towards tangible goods, because people when people bootstraps or whatever, like raise your bootstraps up, or like when people lose their jobs now, they have to sell stuff. And you can't talk to me about selling an ebook when you have an actual book. You can't tell me about getting the concept of a t-shirt, but you have an actual t-shirt, and I don't want to make a t-shirt, but you have it, I'm going to buy it in cash. So I'm wondering, like, how do we get back to that? And also not to have that unbalance again, where we're only focusing on one industry.
You have to force
it. Oh, that's like we got to stop focusing on one industry.
The great thing is, yeah, no, 100%, and I agree on that. When you put overemphasis on technology and intangible products and stuff, you make it seem like you're just going to be okay to move in that direction, which that's where some of these other countries, one major country is an intangible country. That's why I don't believe in their whole 4B movement anyways, I digress. Vaughn said, do you believe Canada should become the 51st state of the United States? Y'all might like it. Some Canadians might not like it. I don't really care. I at my heart, I'm a businessman, and if I was to be born in a different life, I would probably be a dictator myself. I'm painting a picture.
No.
Let's see a World War III. What?
No one are dictators. Our families come from dictatorship. We know better. No, they don't know what dictatorship is.
Whatever. I'm okay, fine. No dictators. I'm a shared capitalist. Whatever.
Socialism. That's where you at.
Put it like this. I don't know about that. We'll talk about the ism titles another day.
We go for sweet.
Stop this. Yo, let's look at this whole aspect of world war, right? Russia said, we're going to invade Ukraine, and if you try to stop us, it's a problem. We're just going to start a world war. We don't care. United Nations said nothing. And then they had another country, which on this channel for right now will remain nameless, but we know what that country is. They said that they would back them. Okay, cool. Now, imagine, let's just imagine with me. Let's go back to grade school and use our imagination. We know what Canada looks like on the map. We know what America looks like on the map. Imagine that being one big Canada or one big America. That includes Greenland and Iceland, which are two technically unprotected borders that Russia wants. You get where I'm going with this? How do you threaten people with a war when you don't have the landmass? We could get you through the North Pole, and we could get you through the Atlantic Pacific waters. It means we would have both of our ends covered. Now, this is why I believe Canada should become a 51st state, and it's completely from a military point of view. We do not have the military power, nor does our government focus on having the military power enough to withstand an attack by ourselves. Say we had 20 days to wait for America to come to help us, and they were going to bring the best artillery, but we had to defend ourselves for 20 days. Right now, Canada does not have the money or the artillery necessary to be able to defend itself properly from border to border, from St. John's, Newfoundland, all the way past to the backside of Alaska, and that's not even our land.
But you have the UN.
The UN, bro, the UN doesn't count for us like that.
Wait,
that's why even this is what the problem is, and this is why do you think Russia could use the UN to its advantage in no other country stepping in?
But I thought UN has a military force.
UN has a military force that's bought by private companies. It's not the same.
Wait, that's also private?
Yes. If you don't believe me, go read up on the.
No.
Anybody who doesn't believe me, go read up. And this is how I came to find out that the UN is a privatized company. Wow. Go back and research the whole issue that they had years ago with the FIBA. Was it FIBA? FIFA. When all that scandal broke down,
yeah,
the United Nations the United Nations Council is wrapped up in that scandal. As I'm telling you, all truth is one scandal away from being exposed.
Wow.
So if you go back, and that was that documentary that was even on Netflix. You go back, watch it about 2 times, because it'll take you 2 times to catch all of the individual pieces. The United Nations has had a direct hand where they were supposed to be able to start all of the investigations, and they didn't do it. They actually backed out. When you come to find out that certain countries that are a part of FIFA, and their corrupt governments, some of those same corrupt governments that were part of FIFA also sat on the United Nations Council. And that was put out there on Netflix for us to see. I watched that documentary 3 times. And the 3rd time I watched it was to make sure that I wasn't going crazy from what I saw the first 2 times.
Wow.
Yeah. So the United Nations, why do you think the Bible talks about the United Nations, but it talks about it as a kingdom? The Bible talks about the United Nations as the 10 horns with the one rising up in the middle.
Now, is that in the book? Now, just to help anybody out that hasn't read the Bible and looking for it, is that in Daniel or that's in Revelations or both?
Both. It's two
Daniel.
parts.
Well, really, Daniel, because Daniel was breaking down these
The beasts
dreams,
of the different kingdoms.
right, about the different kingdoms. I mean, yeah, the book of Revelation expounds on that, but not to the extent
Yep.
of the book of Daniel.
Daniel.
Because here's the thing:
Yeah.
the book of Daniel is really talking about what's son name that run that Asian country? Them niggas. What's son name,
Don't say
man?
the name. Don't say the name. Don't say the name.
Okay. But
Don't say the name.
anyway,
Don't say the name.
you know who I'm talking
I
about.
think we're all on the same page.
Right.
Us three
So
are on the same page.
Yeah.
it's predicting that them niggas eventually is gonna come here to try to bang on us. I don't know when. I don't know how soon. But the scriptures expound on that. And I
It's
think
supposed to
the
be.
best way to do that is bang on Canada and come straight through. Know what I mean, that's how I would do it if I got an
Well,
army and I
yes,
got
because
people with
Canada is
America.
the
Know what
least
I mean?
defendable right now.
Yeah.
Canada is the least defendable right now. And what makes it the least defendable is because we are still under part British rule. The British don't have to defend us. That's the next problem. How do you defend your own country when you don't have full autonomy over your own country? This is why, for everybody who's saying, "Oh, it'll never happen. Canada will never become the 51st state," you got to look at some of the intangible reasons why and stop looking at you as an individual person. Canada needs to become the 51st state because we need to be taken out like Jamaica. And here's the problem: if it's me, I'm not just pushing Trump to persuade Canada to join America. Go get the West Indies too.
Oh, big time.
Because
they've already
Jamaica, as
done
much
it
as
for Puerto
Jamaica has
Rico.
its independence from,
No, go ahead.
as much as Jamaica
Go
has
ahead.
its
Because we talked about that. Now, mind you guys, I'm a '90s teenager, and we talked about that in high school of why you need to have the Caribbeans because of Cuba and what Cuba stands for, and that was a danger to the U.S.
Yep.
You have, again, I'm going to
Exactly.
say this, the PSA.
At least if you have all of the islands.
Yes.
Yep. If you have all of the islands there, the islands alone can take care of Cuba, right? But the problem is now if you don't have the islands, you still have the British, and they can flip-flop. We have to remember what is, according to the Bible, what is the animal that represents the British?
Go ahead, Rush.
Right? So if you go back to the
I think
nature
it's the
of
leopard.
that animal.
I think it's the leopard.
Hold on, I'm chipping. I don't want to miss what you guys are saying. Go ahead.
Nah, he was telling me go ahead. So I was saying like the leopard is a representation for the British, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I'm not,
And this is why, ladies and gentlemen, you need to start reading world news. Watch BBC News, not BBC. BBC News, not BBC. Again, BBC News on PBS, not BBC on. Okay. Thank you.
Stop this.
No.
Yeah. So as I was saying, because I
I
didn't want to lose it. But yeah, man, you got to understand, and a lot of people will say, oh no, that's just hocus pocus, and then they'll start to try to divide this topic by dividing whether the Bible's real or not, whether Jesus is real or not, who started Christianity or not, and they're not seeing the bigger picture, right? End time revelation, start speaking from Daniel and Revelation, is a map to what we're dealing with, even when it comes to this whole aspect of currency, right? Because when you look at certain things that are talked about in Revelations about the mark of the beast, the one world currency, the one government, it doesn't start in America. It starts at the United Nations. Which country houses the United Nations building? I don't know about you guys, but it's not Canada and it's not the United States. Now, it doesn't mean that United States doesn't have their role to play in that. But if United States was a complete one solid sovereign hemisphere, not landmass now, hemisphere, that means Cuba would have to pick a side. The problem with that is if Cuba picks the wrong side, they have to leave their island. Why? Because they're completely surrounded by one flag. And I would rather have a flag that admits that, hey, we don't really like Jesus Christ, but yo, we're one nation. I would rather have that nation control a hemisphere than 4 or 5 different countries. It's kind of like Africa. I had to school some people a couple years back. I was like, yo, you think Africa's a sovereign nation? They're like, yeah. I'm like, okay, go back and see all the other countries that own the little different countries in Africa. And the problem with that is you need to find which other countries own the biggest countries in Africa and go from there.
And can I add
Within the
something there
continent of
too?
Africa. Yeah, go ahead.
And there's a reason I believe, and I could like logically think of it, right? I think sometimes a sidebar, yeah, I need to go play Battleship, understand strategies and logic when it comes to war.
Yep.
The 52nd state of what they're trying to pick, and I'll give you the hint: the Gulf of Americas. If they can get that, they can get the central part, which they kind of already got with the Panama Canal cutting through. And if you go down to South America, you don't need anybody else for anything else.
Yep. You have everything.
Yeah.
You have everything. You have a major port. You have a major body of water. You have the right climate to grow any type of crop and food.
Mm-hmm.
And
also
so when
resources.
Yeah, exactly. Natural and resources that is necessary for building infrastructure.
Yeah.
That's the key. So when people talk, so when we talk about this, and I'm glad Von Bryant brought this up. I don't get often to dive deep into this without getting stuck on like politics and is Trump a good guy or is he a bad guy, which I don't mind, but you got to think bigger picture, right? And so again, I will say it, should Canada become the 51st state? 100%. But why should we do it? From a war perspective. You can't sit there and say that the enemy of my enemy is my friend and you're putting double taxes on your enemy when you and your enemy should be at the same table becoming friends. This is the tariff agreement. Mm-hmm. And I know we took a very small topic and we stretched it out.
Well, actually, can I say something? And it's going to uplift you, comrade.
Yeah.
I believe that just maybe, that this leads into something where another channel or another night where you can cover this and show current events. How is it related to the Bible? Because a lot of times, because everybody makes the Bible to be this mystical place and this mystical item, that people don't think it's relatable in their actual life. Mm-hmm. And because a lot of times when somebody said, well, it's not in the Bible, I'm like, no, it's not. It's in the Bible. Let me show you real quick. And they're like, how is that possible? And I'm like, Ephesians or Galatians, like everything underneath the sun is not new. It's been there, right? So I'm like, yo, like technology was here before. So like, don't think you're brand new. Mixed people been here before. You're not it.
Well, you see, the thing is, and this is okay. So now, when you start talking again about tariffs and nations and countries, right? Which countries stand the most from having us dumbed down? And I'm talking, when I say us, I mean North America.
There's two countries. There's two countries.
Yep. And we don't got to name them. Like, I mean, this is a heavy conversation. If anybody if anybody's listening, and to those who I know Brother Brisheet's in the building, but anybody else besides him, because I know he gets it, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you see the reason why, like, and think about it, we haven't spoken of any conspiracy theories.
Mm-mm.
We're talking about things and facts and information that is just out there. And again, it's playing chess, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is why if and I'm gonna put this out there, and I don't know how you guys feel, but I know I promised my wife that I would be with her, so I'm actually ready to close. We'll have to do a part 2 and get back to this men being groomed to hate, because I clearly didn't think it was going to go here, but God knows why. Somebody needed to hear
This
this.
is what it means to be a man. You have
Yeah,
to think about the future, and now you have to plan ahead. That's what
yeah,
about being a man. If you want real peace, you always got to keep a sword next to you.
facts. And you have to know, who your partners are in the war. And this is what I'm trying to say. Canada, and there needs to be amalgamation, but again, going back to scripture and kind of end time and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you can't stop scripture. Only God would be able to literally say, okay, I know this is written and I'm going to do something different because I'm God. I don't think it's going to go down that way, but people have to understand when pieces and puzzles got to come together to affect a certain type of change.
Yeah.
There's a certain, and that's why I said that, like, I'll say UK because most people don't think about UK when they talk about end time revelations and the prophecy, the prophecy and the dream of Daniel and him breaking down the different kingdoms, as Rush was pointing to.
Mm-hmm.
Daniel's dream is important to understand the characteristics and the nature. If you can understand the characteristics and the nature of your enemy, then you can actually plot their course over a certain amount of time. That's why I'm still learning chess, but good and great chess players, they know the board,
Mm-hmm.
and because of the board and how they read the board, they can actually know who you are.
That's great that you mentioned Daniel, because here's something people also forget. How Daniel became Daniel is because the king before Daniel showed off to his enemy everything.
Mm-hmm.
And they
Yeah.
came back, and God told him, your people will be taken away from you to a far off
Mm-hmm.
land. And they laughed at it,
Yep.
but it happened.
And that's the thing. Realistically, I'm not going to point to Christianity, because I can say this,
Mm-hmm.
and anybody who's studied the Bible, they would understand what I'm about to say. Christianity is not mentioned in the Bible as a denomination or a de facto of leadership of Christ. They were called Christians, or Christianity is a term to directly identify those who followed Christ.
Mm-hmm.
So now, stripping that away for a minute, when we're looking into being able to break down Bible and not get into somebody else's mysticism of it or
Mm-hmm.
fantasy of it, they've got to understand the map of the Bible.
Yeah.
And the map of the Bible as it currently stands with the 66 books in any version that you read has to lead you back to the Apocrypha.
Mm-hmm.
Because even right now, there are okay, the Euphrates River, right?
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people miss that. And I can't remember whose last term was it, which president. I think it was Bush. Was it Bush when the Euphrates River was used because it dried up?
Well, I think it was the second Bush, right?
Yeah, no, not the first one, the second one. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was second Bush. Yo, tell me why I had quote unquote Christians not even flinching. They didn't flinch at that at all. I'm sitting there and I'm like, yo, y'all praying for money and healing and all this. Y'all didn't hear the Euphrates River just dried up and that they were going to use the Euphrates River.
Yo, a lot of times these
Rush.
people that have these congregations, they don't expound on nothing further than prosperity and all that. You know what I mean? So I'm not shocked that you're saying this because there's especially like the Book of Apocrypha. Like the Book of Apocrypha is like a vital book to have certain information to connect some of the dots. You know what I mean? They give you the breakdown on who is the Edomites. It gives you the breakdown on who's the true children of Israel. You know what I mean? Like there's a lot of information on there. It's just it used to be in back in the day when I was growing up, it used to be in the Holy Scriptures, but for some reason they took that book out. And there's a reason why
it's the Catholic Church.
Right.
Now it's the Catholic Church. Now when we go start talking about again, and this is why I wanted to have this conversation. I'm glad I could have this conversation with you, brothers, because now when we start talking about Canada becoming the 51st state, if somebody in Parliament in Canada was reading their Bible, they would have called Trump and said, "How do we make this happen?" They would have called an American president. It doesn't matter, bad or good, and say, "Yo, how do we make this happen?" And the reason for that being is specifically because you gotta understand how you can be used to bring about destruction. And you don't have to be physically used. I could destroy you and you can cause a destruction. And through your destruction, it's a chain and a ripple effect. I said this when I was in my early 20s. I said, yo, if Canada doesn't join the United States, then they should find a way to put down there's a certain type of bomb that they can use to separate the land masses. I was like, they should just do that. And if we get overthrown by a country and taken into war, then it is what it is. We die on our own merit. But you can't keep sitting beside the United States saying, hey, save yourself. And then when you're done, come and save us. Or actually, no, save us. But before you, no, we've either got to join or we've got to completely separate in terms of the landmass. I don't care what it would do to the map. Find a way.
Yeah.
Because when it comes to that Euphrates River drying, when it came to that Euphrates River drying up, which again, I think is it the Dead Sea that this happened to the other day where it dried up as well? And there was a documentary that spoke about the voices. Now, when that river dried up, and I'll send it to you guys if I could. I know I can find the documentary. But when that dried up, right where this river dried up, I think it's regarding the Dead Sea, or it's a river off of it. Where that river dries up is not too far. It's not too far out from where the Euphrates River is. And when they actually map it out, the Euphrates River before the shift, used to run parallel to it. And now it runs diagonal. So it's almost borderline connected. So the problem with that is, according to biblical prophecy, anytime that happens,
walk through that, a whole entire army's gonna walk through that particular section.
Exactly, and now you have two channels. The problem with that is depending on how far that drying up goes, that could be a direct land right into Greenland, right into the backside of Canada. And if U.S. does not defend Canada in that way, then guess whose destruction is easy enough to gain access to the United States of America? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So now if you have a hemisphere, as much as you can't stop God's word from being God's word, you can still protect yourself from destruction, from fortifying and spending money. And now you have more than enough reason worldwide to say, look, you don't have a hemisphere in this world. You have a continent. You have a country. You have this, and you are not equal to us. So we're going to withdraw some of our funds. You want to do business over here in this market? Yeah, these tariffs are going to be imposed. Canada needs to take a very big, and I'm glad I'm in Ontario. You know, that's why the Bible says pray for your politicians, pray for your government officials. For the first time in years, I prayed for a government official not too long ago, and that was Doug Ford. And in that prayer, I specifically said, I said, God, give him the intellect to have the right conversations at the right time.
Yeah.
That was 4.5 months ago. 4.5 months later, this guy's on TV talking about, nope, we got to get to the table and we got to have the right conversations because we want both sides to be equitable. We want both sides to come out on top. When Solomon, after David died, when Solomon was going to become king, what did he ask for?
Wisdom. But there's something else that happened there too. May I say something?
Go ahead.
What did David do before he passed away to make sure Solomon can ask for wisdom?
I mean, it depends, because if you're thinking the phrase I'm thinking of, when he says, hey, be a man.
No.
Okay.
Yo, King David was
never
never really cool.
Did.
King David was never really cool with Solomon. He had 2 other kids that he showed more favoritism to.
Yeah.
But he knew that's what God wanted. And one thing about David, he obeyed God.
Yeah.
But keep in mind, he had to clean house.
Yeah.
Because that's the part that people skip out about David.
Many times over. Yeah. He did.
He was a straight up ninja, as in Ninja and Ninja Turtles.
Well, here's the thing: the reason why King David wasn't chosen to, chosen to cross towards the promised land or whatever, when he was leading the people with Joshua or whatever, is that his name, Joshua? Yeah, Joshua, leading them to the promised land. The Most High was kind of, I want to say, vexated towards
No, you're thinking of Moses, because Caleb and Joshua.
Yeah, David had too much. Yeah. David had too much blood on his hands.
David was supposed to rebuild the temple when it got destroyed, and God said you can't do it because you have too much blood on your hands.
He chose Solomon to do it.
Yeah.
But to prevent his son having blood on his hands, David cleaned house to make sure that God's word would carry through, and that his son would do.
I mean,
he's not going to be there, right?
He had a regime.
But so his hands going to be bloody.
Niggas.
Yeah. So he had to do it. But that's the whole thing about strategies and everything else. Like, if you actually read the Bible and you see the strategies that goes on, like, you realize God is giving you a handbook on how to move and operate. And then, you know what I'm saying?
So here's a question. Here's a question. I'm gonna throw this up because, and I mean, it was posted on it was presented on a different panel a long time ago, and I think we've actually may have already talked about this before we close off. But is it? I heard this actually earlier today too, and it was saying regarding the Black community is that if we want to get back to prominence, or even see what real prominence within the Black community looks like worldwide, I kind of limit it to North America because there's some people that can't see past their boot when they're in different countries and systems. So I'll say North America, right? For us over here, do we have to get to a place where, like David, we're willing to listen to God in the sense to say, like, and I'm gonna pick on not the person, but the nature of the person, in i.e. a Future or a Sexy Red or a Nick Cannon or a Cardi B. Do we dispel these figures because what they promote, even though they don't like it for their own family, they're willing to be a cancer unto the land? Do we get up from the land as a mass, as a community, and say, yo, you can stay here and poison this land, but we're going over there?
Rush, you want to go first?
No, you could go.
I'm going to say it this way. Like, the shift has already started. We've gotten to a place now, and it's not out of pride, it's because like people are seeing it, right? There's a class issue that's going on, which is good, and people are calling things out. This is why the vice president is not a president, because when she did, all these concerts, that was a slap in the face, right? Because it's like, yo, we're smarter than this.
A slap in the face when man, yo,
What the
go on, go on,
twerking, that
go
was
on.
low grade BET.
Nah, bro. What the lowest point by far
Mhm.
out of everything was when first of all, when Joe Biden was up there and he was like, "Yo, if y'all don't vote for me, you're not black."
You're
When
not
it was
black.
his turn, that was the
Yeah.
first slap in the face. The second slap in the face was Obama and his wife that don't like him, and he don't like his wife, coming up there telling us, like, what's wrong with you black men? Are you insecure? Bro, you don't even like your own wife. How you gonna come tell me to vote for
Now
Kamala?
that's but
After how
understand
many
that part,
black
right?
men she done put in jail? The week when she was supposed to be even considered to be nominated as the Democrat Party, there was a brother that was fighting to get out of jail. That before she went into politics, when she was a DA, her
Mhm.
office let
She
this brother
laughed
go
at
to
him.
jail
Laughed at him, bro.
and laughed at him in court. And he was crying, pleading for his life.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with you,
And
right?
she knew that what her office had on him wasn't even right. And she still laughed at him and left him there. And then all of a sudden you want to come and talk about insecure?
I'm
Yeah,
gonna say
yeah.
this.
If
No, I'm
that's what you
agreeing with you.
classify as insecure, I'm insecure for every brother that had to be under the authority and the pressure of her DA's office. I
Mhm.
don't care if you sit there and come lick the dust bunnies from out of my toe crease. I'm not. You do not have my support.
I agree with everything you said. Everything,
In
right?
this case, give me Barabbas. Give me Barabbas.
And guess what? Barabbas was
No,
given.
that's deep how you said that, man. Barabbas, man. Oh my goodness, that was the dude
They
that.
painted her as Jesus. Give
Yeah,
me Barabbas.
But
right.
here's something, right? We keep in mind the influx of voters, first time voters that came out. That's something they did not count on. They thought they're gonna give us the black Jesus of 1960s, and they did not count on this 2025 or 2024, election of 18-year-olds that was coming in and they could see through it and did not handle it. So that's what I'm saying.
They wanted
The
them
change
woke.
is
They
happening.
woke them right the hell up.
Yeah. So like moving forward, I think like now people are like, you can't give us this. You need to meet us where we're at. You have to give us
It's gonna be
something.
too late. It's gonna be too. I guarantee you.
Yeah.
If anybody who's in the Republican Party or is a Republican, if you hear me, please get to your constituents and tell them this. Everything Trump did, y'all need to do. If y'all want to be in power, you're going to have to meet everybody where they are. And you're going to have to deliver day one on the job.
Yep.
I don't get, me and my wife got in an argument about it, and I respect her opinion because she's my wife. If I didn't respect her opinion, she wouldn't be my wife.
Yeah.
And I can respect that she disagrees with the fact that she does not like what Trump has embodied in different ways and different times. However, this man right now, this man right here, this version of Trump,
Mm-hmm.
I can trust him. Guess why? He doesn't care about foolishness. He just wants to get business done.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why, as we were saying earlier in this podcast tonight, that some of these sons, like a LeBron James, who haven't been able to be as great as people want him to be or as great as his dad wanted him, because you don't have the same struggle. And he's not fixated on anything. Kobe wasn't the greatest. Kobe became one of the greatest. And
Yeah.
I'll be honest, if anybody's being honest, it is the 5 championships that put him ahead of LeBron. It is the fact that he didn't go to 3 and 4 and 10 teams to win 5 championships that put him ahead of LeBron. It is the fact that next to Michael Jordan being called Black Cat, you have to call Kobe Bryant Mamba.
Mm-hmm.
Beyond you get a black mamba bites you beyond a certain amount of venom, they can't give you enough antidote to save your life. That is Kobe Bryant.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care. Yo, you could have switched up the team. It doesn't matter. You give Kobe Bryant a chance to drop 81 on on any team in any situation. You think he's not gonna go for it? You think
Yeah.
he just picked the Raptors because it's the Raptors and he knew he could have done it against Toronto? No, bro. No. Kobe did that because he was Kobe. And if you go back and you hear the stories from it, is I don't know why Jalen Rose went and done pissed him off. The man was chilling. The man wasn't even playing that hard, and you go piss him off, and then he snaps and goes for 81. He said he stopped talking to the whole team. In a team sport, how do you stop talking to the whole team to go score 81? What I say, I lean on those examples to say this. The Republican Party needs to look at exactly what Trump did and build on it from here.
And the Democrat, if they're wise, will do the same.
No, the Democrats won't, because guess why?
Why?
Like that country that for this whole podcast the episode has remained nameless.
Yes.
I'm gonna have to change this title because we didn't even get to what we were supposed to get to. I'm gonna have to change this title and repost it.
Manhood. This is what it is.
This was unfiltered manhood talk.
Yes.
Yeah. The Democrat Party is the matriarchy of the world. That's why they couldn't.
That's why there's so much friction on between Trump and them and that party is because they hold a matriarchic type system that they want to disperse. Like, yo, them niggas wanted to send Ukraine another what $1 billion for, you know what I mean, to bang it out with, you know what I mean, Putin or whatever. But yo, Trump put a stop to that bullshit, right?
He's like, no, right? Never. We're done with that. We're done with that. See, everything, because the thing is it's just like how we talk about, like, and you know, for those who are not ready for this side of Conrad, I'm gonna have to go there. And I actually knew this was gonna happen today, but I'm gonna have to go red pill. There's a reason why the red pill talks about son husbands. This is why these type of men are the most dangerous men in society, because they will always have a place to run back to that will defend their destruction. The man that is the red pill man, once he's pushed out to a certain distance in life, there is no one behind him close enough to coddle him. So he's got to stand on the realities of where life is now, not for where he wants life to be in his mind. Every man will always have that moment where he's like, I wish my life was like this. Only a red pill man will say, I'm in this mess. I would love for things to be better. How can I make it better?
Yeah. Yep.
So this is why it's just like, I've never, until this point right now, right here, I've never addressed red pill ideology, because I never really had to until I felt that some people who were delivering the message, I'm not necessarily talking about Russia or anybody that we know or anybody that I don't know, but I'm talking about these marketed figures.
Yeah.
That's the Democratic Party. Pick a message, use the message, then destroy the message to try to create a new message. But that message is ultimately wrapped up in destruction, and there's always going to be somebody there to coddle you. That's the Democratic Party. That's the problem with the Democratic Party. This is why people who don't like Trump are starting to like Trump more, but they also are it's like seeing a kid that's never been disciplined in their life get disciplined. They almost kind of like it because they're getting direct attention.
Yeah.
Trump is giving and disciplining with direct attention, and it makes people feel uneasy. But I'm telling you, bro, if I could have 100 premiers in Canada like Doug Ford to say, yo, we need to go talk to Trump now. The Democrats need to be learning from Doug Ford and say, yo, I don't care about different countries. I don't care about none of that. Go talk to the man. We've got our tariffs. He's got his tariffs. We don't need more tariffs, and they don't need more tariffs. Let's agree to a business deal and let's make some money. So the Democratic Party has one chance, and they won't take it because they've never done it. And they like their matriarchy system. Now, here's the problem. One of their biggest the problem with this, and I'm going to say this, and it's going to sound like it's a race versus a race thing, but it's really not. It's just the way the table has been painted. Obama and his wife are having trouble. Oprah is too old. Nobody likes Gayle King. Nobody believes in any of these Cardi B's,
No.
Reds, Meg Thee Stallion, none of them.
No, because there's no fruit.
And after it was exposed that Kamala wasted over $1 billion to
And
pay
still
out
want more
these
money.
celebrities to come shake whatever they don't have on stage, to come and try to convince black men to come and vote. Like, if it does not convince us to buy your album, I don't understand why you think it would convince us to vote. Get out of here. But as long as that coddling still happens, I guarantee you the destruction of the Democratic Party will give way to another party, an independent party.
You know what somebody said once? They said, and again, I'm not against a church or anything, but the fact that you catered towards this party, right, and you didn't get anything out of it, if you're homeless, then you should go back to that church and stay there because of this, you're getting that. And
Well,
it's like a
here's the problem.
responsibility. Well, I'm
Here's
saying
the
like
problem.
responsibility, like if you, the people that God put you in charge of, and you led them a wrong path, you can't just wash your hands.
Yeah, but here's a bigger problem. I'm gonna throw this guy this real talk. I'm gonna throw this thought at you guys, and then after this we gonna close because like we approaching 4 hours.
Yeah.
Has the church completed when we talk about as Christians, not Catholics now, Christians walking in the footsteps of Jesus, we as a mass, let's say all of North American Christians, you know where we've failed? Because we've tried to invite the political party into the quote unquote sanctuary to convert the people instead of taking conversion in God to the political arena. And I'm not saying to go there and hold a church service. Understand what I'm saying? When Jesus was teaching, he was teaching to who? The disciples. He was also teaching to the followers that were drawn by the disciples, right? As a result of that crowd, what were the political parties that joined that teaching?
Cool.
Oh, there was the Sanhedrin, the Council of Nicaea, the Pharisees, and the scribes. Technically, those are 4 different political parties. And they were more religious parties. But if we were to remove them as religious parties,
right? But you know, back then, religion and politics coexisted. Now, in today's day time, most churches aren't allowed to talk about anything dealing with politics because they have signed the 5013C, which is a clause that directly tells them do not expound on politics at all. Now,
but Rush, is that realistic though?
Yeah, because if you don't agree to if you're a pastor, you don't agree to the 501c3, that means you have to pay taxes. Like, you know what I mean? The only reason why you're taking that oath is because you ain't got to pay taxes at all. That's why they're able to do whatever they want in their churches like that. You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
No, 100
and all that, yeah. You know what I mean?
Yeah. 100%. Now, see, that's the one thing I would want America to change because that's not implemented here in Canada. But the problem is now a lot of churches willingly do. There's churches who have influential pastors, and I mean the teaching is right because the scripture does say to go and speak with your local government as the church. The problem is you're also supposed to contrast as the church. You're supposed to contrast local politics when local politics is being demonic against the people. And whatever I was going to go with this is if you look at Jesus, right? When those political parties, both religious and political, came against him unified, did he run from them and say, oh, like, we don't have any politicians here. Matthew's not a politician. Mark is not a politician. He what did he do? He sat down and taught them also. He debated with them also. He talked with them also. And some of the miracles that he worked that was recorded in scripture were worked for politicians also. So why the church felt like it had to bend. Now, I can't answer for that for America, but even why in certain regards they bend for that in Canada is beyond me. Now it's not all of them, but the most notable ones, it's like, yeah, we will get up in the pulpit and say, oh, you don't come around unless it's election time. And then when election time comes and they show up, they're allowed to come in your church.
And that's why Rush, I was like, that's kind of confusing with that law. But when they come to church, it kind of persuades you to go ahead and vote for that person because this party came to your church service.
Yep.
Well,
because
let me revise
my
statement. You can't, as a pastor, being under the 501c3, you cannot talk bad about the government. Like,
yeah, no, I'm just saying the visual, right? Like, it's like, oh, he came to my church. Let me go ahead and sign for this party. Like, it's not direct, but it's indirect and it is influential. That's all I'm just saying. Like, that's why it didn't work in 2024 election, because the kids also looking at a whole generation of kids who didn't go to church or Sunday school.
Yep.
Right?
I mean, and
they,
this is
they,
why
they have no connection to that. They're just like, yo, I'm still staying home with my parents.
Yep.
And I'm tired. Right?
And this is why it's just like, for those of us who have a higher level of understanding and reasoning, like, we got to have these conversations. And sometimes, really and truly, if you follow the vein of how things are being done, like, I fully had all intentions. Like, I still have the video queued. I had to like just chop out the video because I know we ain't gonna get to it, at least not tonight.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
You know what I mean? But it is what it is. Like, tonight's conversation was necessary, man.
But here's something like infiltrating the government. I know we have Christian nationalists, right?
Mm-hmm.
Here's something that there's two parts, right? I'm looking at Christian nationalists, right? And they've done something that was already in the Bible that made sense, right? If you look at Esther, and again, if you look at the book of Daniel, you put people in that place to where they represent what you want religiously. And that was a smart move. We somehow want to say separate church and state, but we're not even think strategy wise. If you continue to do that, then you have what we have now. That's one, right? And the Bible already showed you, number two, what Esther and Daniel and Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego, how it's important to have representation in politics. Just got to do that. Number two, like I shared with my cousin, right? Because like what you guys mentioned earlier about how certain stuff is not in the Bible anymore, and you mentioned something else, right? Before anybody Christian think like it didn't happen to us, it did. Because way before in the 80s and the 90s, there was teaching revelations, but then it came out like, oh, it's too, what's the word they were saying? Causing PTSD and all that stuff.
They say it's too provocative and too forward, and
yes, and people you can't handle the message, and we losing members. Here come the charismatic movement, which led into prosperity, right?
Yep.
And I just want people to understand, like, yo, this is what happened. There was also a movement that was going on in churches that we've come a long way from that. Now we're at a place now, church is just empty now because people are empty and they don't believe it anymore. That's all I just got to say.
Well, yeah, and I mean, you know, I guarantee you, and as I like, the more I connect with you guys, and the more just I hear conversations, and you know, I see how things are being done, is the more I realize that it could be very possible that the church becomes more virtual within the next, 5-10 years, because, well, it is now, but when I say virtual, I mean like think about it. We're 4 hours deep in this conversation, and we've been able to flow into some levels where mainstream Bible studies in churches should go, and they don't go.
Wait a minute, that wasn't a Bible study? Oh my God, I'm in trouble.
No, but think about it. Like, they would never ask Rush to come up here, and they wouldn't like. And this is the problem, right? Because the Bible already says God uses the foolishness of preaching of men to reach the masses, right?
Yeah.
So it's not foolish in terms of our understanding. It's again the mechanism, the charisma, whatever we use to get it over the top with. But as simple as we're talking, Some would not ask Rush to come and expound on Daniel, or you to expand on Revelations, or myself to expand on how how the United Nations fits into those beasts, and that the 10 horns with the one rising up from the middle. Like, and it's sad because it you can't give, and again, it's like, maybe this is going to be like a red pill Christianity channel. I don't know where we're going to end up.
No,
But like, yo,
yeah.
you can't sit there and give me prosperity all the time when I'm still in the mud.
But you
teach me how to get up out the mud.
But yet the minister is coming in on the helicopter.
Oh man, no, I'll break that helicopter.
But you know what I'm saying? Like,
I'll break that whole. I'll wait till right when it's about to take off, and just throw a little, anchor chain right around the tail end of that.
Yeah.
Well, you should have donated it. Anyways, Rush, what's going on tomorrow? I'm lost.
Okay, here's the thing, and I hope you guys could come through at this particular time. Okay, have you guys ever heard of Fathers Lives Matter?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm interviewing him tomorrow night, and what I want to do is interview him for the first 45 minutes, and then transition into a panel, which will be with you guys. So I know I was supposed to expound on comic books, but
no, it's good. No, we'll
cool.
No, yeah, we can go, because I thought I missed it too. I'm so lost in my week, bro, because I know I messaged you in the middle of the week, and I was like, yo, what's going on? Because I don't got nothing going on this week. So I was like, yo, what's going on? And I was like,
it was probably ordained for it to happen like that, because we're going to expound on like child support and how biased the court system is towards men, and what, like how they show favor towards more the female side than for men's. You know what I mean? Like we're gonna expound on the dark side of this court system. You know what I mean, the family court system.
Yeah,
you know? And
I'm down.
You guys are fathers, man. Y'all good candidates for that. I gotta let the rest of the crew know about that. That we're gonna do it at 11:45. You know what I mean?
11:45 at night.
Yeah.
11:45 at night. So
does that work for you?
10, 9, 8:45.
I'm good. Everybody's gonna be gone to bed by that time, so I'm good.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go. I could do 30 minutes, then I have to get ready for work.
Oh,
but I'm there.
Wow, you work nice.
Don't trip. Look, already with Conrad, I already shared it on Facebook.
Yo, Stan will still come through. Stan's a soldier.
Yeah, I shared it on Facebook. I shared it on the group. I look, Conrad's show is on now. That you already know me. That's who I am. Like last week's show, I'm like, look, if we got. Remember, I'm like, yo, send me the link, and I just went in.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, like, I really want you there, but you got to work, you know.
No, I'll still come on. I'll come on like 30 minutes, ask some questions, and I'll be there. Like, don't trip.
Okay. No, I'm not. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? I'm just saying, man. You're valuable to me, man.
Thank you.
But yeah, man, that's gonna be the playbook for tomorrow, man. I think it's probably
that's
meant to happen like that. Yeah. You know.
No, that's gonna be lit. That's gonna be lit. That is gonna be lit. I'm gonna be I gotta build a video for that tomorrow just to get that ad out too.
Word, appreciate that, man.
No, for sure. Brothers, yo, it was good being out. Yo, man, like, I don't even know what to say concerning you two brothers right now. It's like, I don't, bro, like, my mind's buzzing because, like, y'all don't know, like, I'll get off this. Like, I was telling my wife about this earlier tonight too, before we started the live. There's been since probably in total since ending of 2024 coming into 2025, there's been 21 episodes that I've done live streams, right? None of those are part of my season 1. I still have another 25 episodes to go for my actual planned season 1. So I'm just kind of like, I'm my mind's kind of blown right now with you brothers and like everybody that came through in general, even with Jay coming through and some of the things that's going to be popping off, because it's like, bro, when I tell you it is going to, like, I don't even want to, hey, Rush, I'm excited for tomorrow, man. I'm excited for tomorrow.
Well, Conrad, you know what they say, right?
I don't know what they say. They say a lot of things.
They said when you find Haitians, you get to your destinations. But when the people get together, we make some manifestation. What?
Hey, that's what's up. That is what's up. That is what's up, brother.
Well, so I'm a send. Well, I got the thumbnail done. I just got to change the time on there.
Okay, do that and then send it to me so I can post it on the community tabs.
Morning. What happened? Oh yeah, I got you on that. I'll send you that.
Yeah, just send me that, and I'll make a general post on my community tab, and then once I see the thumbnail go up, I'll post the second one.
Okay, great.
If you can, when you post it on Facebook, tag us and put on top of, because you only can use highlight 3 times a week on Facebook, where it goes to everybody.
Yeah, I don't like. I'm honestly, I can't lie to y'all. If Facebook wasn't necessary, because a lot of people like have personal pages, I would be cutting Facebook. Man, Facebook is annoying to me from a business standpoint. It's necessary, but it's annoying.
Network, I got you.
All right. Well, yeah, I'm gonna make sure I get that done, and yeah, we'll get that locked up.
All right, that's what I'm talking about.
Well, I guess I'll see y'all tomorrow, man.
All right, yeah, man.
See you guys tomorrow night.
Tomorrow, brother.
Everybody have a good
go get some
night.
sleep.
I have a feeling it's gonna be epic, man.
Yo, for sure.
Hey, men speaking, nobody can call us sassy. You ask for emotional intelligence.
I ain't gonna have no chicks come through, man. Straight up.
No, but I mean, when they said they want emotional intelligence and what's on our minds, and how this is part of it. You have to hear the other side. And if it's about the kids, guess what? Some of that money needs to go to the children when they turn 18, and you can't kick them out. Because being the parent is not up to the age of 18. You gotta make sure they become.
I'm hearing that they making it mandatory that child support money goes on a card now.
Yeah.
That happens.
Yep.
But
Trump's
I think
not playing.
That is gonna be a total game changer, my nigga. Like, yo, it'll definitely it will definitely humble the females that abuse that child support money, you know.
But I think more importantly, though, nobody's checking in on the children when you look how children are living. And I think at one point we really got to look, if we say it's for kids, it really got to be like for kids. Like there's a fun when kids are doing YouTube now, like kids who do TV, there's a certain percentage have to go to the bank and the parents don't have access to it. I think at some point child support got to be the same way. To where
there's a video I found. It's funny that we're talking about this. There's a video I found where this guy is married to this. He's either married or dating this chick, one of the two. And she's like how apparently they were getting ready to go on vacation, and she's hitting her baby father up for like extra money. And then so her man goes, "Yo, why are you hitting a man up for extra money? You see what my baby mother's doing to me and how that's killing me. Why would you go and turn around and do that to your baby father?" She's like, "So I want his money, and I want to go on vacation with his money." Like, bro, Rush, I'm gonna send you. I saved the video from Instagram. I'm gonna send it to both of y'all. Watch it when I send it to you tonight. Just watch it. It'll crush you inside and make you feel away, bro. Bro, I tell you, man, like this is definitely a conversation that needs to be happening.
Just 100%. Have no regards about the next man. Like that's crazy, man.
Yeah,
none at all.
The Angry Man podcast, women are purposely having like divorces prolonged so they can crush the man. But like, yo, you're not gonna have any money if you crush him. Like nobody can't feel what you feel. This is abuse.
Yeah.
Like we got to fix these laws. You have to like settle and let him pay you, and that's it. You can't destroy the man in one payment. That doesn't help anybody.
No, and the thing is just that's what it comes down to. They're just about making they're more about crushing the man and getting whatever revenge they can on him, and not even sitting there focusing on the
That's abuse, Conrad.
Isn't it? Yeah, it is. That is, and this is why it's just like, my my wife always used to ask me why I, always had certain rules for myself. And when I was coming to dating, like I remember there's one chick tried to get me to live with her. I looked at her. I was just like, yo, for what? Are we getting married tomorrow? Are you going to be my wife? Am I going to be your husband? If all of the answers are no right now, then there's no need for me to be living with you. Oh, but what if we want to see each other every day?
Never move in with a woman. Never do that mistake, man.
What if we want to see each other every day? Well, then just forward, come at 12 or 3 and leave by 4. I don't know to tell you.
You nice. I'm like, don't you have a Facebook?
Dead.
I'm too Haitian. I'm like, I'm that Haitian. Like, I want to go to Jamaica. I'm like, I want to go to Jamaica by myself. I don't bring sand to the beach. I'm going to experience Jamaica and have a good time, see some family. I don't want you there. I'm sorry, ladies. I have to go a long way, but when it comes to stuff
but you're
like that,
kind of forced to have that kind of mentality on how the laws is conditioned to screw the man over, man. Like, it's just ridiculous,
But you know what?
100%.
We have to continue this tomorrow night.
Yep. Let's not kill all the juice. Yo, tomorrow night, brothers.
Let's save some of this. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah,
my bad.
Tomorrow night.
No, it's not bad. We got people hooked. We did what we were supposed to do.
Oh, yeah, most definitely. Brothers, I am out.
You know that network TV? We're doing your job. You can't even do that part.
Salute. Peace and love to everybody. Go get some rest. We back at it tomorrow. Conrad's out.
Peace.
Peace.